As we are once again alive upon the internet. Yeah. And let's go to a different tab there. Yeah. So this one, I just want to just delete it for a sec. And I'll forget. So we had made that just impromptu for the special report. Made a special scene. Totally forgot to delete it. Oh. Roll up the sleeves and get to work. Yeah. We're jumping back in. Can grab this character. We're gonna do a little bit of farmings. Just old-fashioned or new-fashioned, depending. For future farming. So the patch notes came out. We'll look at them in a little bit. I haven't looked at them yet. Save them. Save them. Wait, where is it? It's there. Okay, it's at the ready. We'll look at them once we're, once the regulars are here. We'll go through them, and we'll. And yeah, I'm kind of happy with the weaponry so far. Kind of was thinking if I still want to go for some sniper rifles. I actually don't. I tried crafting Lengmo. I had like 800 or something crafting parts of Lengmo. I currently have one. And I still only have that holster. So I didn't even get a piece from crafting. Only had that holster still. Yep. So I still need a mask and a knee pad. It needs to be those slots as well. So yeah. So I'm gonna continue that farm. I'm just gonna jump in solo just to quickly start off. Load up and stuff. You know what? Let me see how lazy this is. I usually don't run that because I don't like running foam. It's I like shooting too much. I can get it if, but let's challenging matchmake.
Invite to another.
I know challenging foam is definitely not needed, but we did a lot of shooting yesterday. I want to try some of the other stuff. Cleanse the palette a little bit. This is the last day of Golden Bullet as well, but actually I don't really want to do anything with Golden Bullet anymore. I kind of had my fill of it. Still have 5 stars. Might just grab one of these things or something later. Three-piece through Patriot. Well, that's at least one somewhat striker, one somewhat Hunter's Fury. Okay, striker, although yeah, not really set up correctly. Contractors without LMG. And everything's fine. It's just challenging. And yeah, we gonna go head on in. And yeah, Hater Infamous. Oh, and Hater Pomic. Thoughts on the dev stream was okay-ish. It raised a few questions. Daria said reconstructed caches when she was talking about the caches from Descent. PTS didn't have reconstructed caches, so
Kitchen relay offline.
curious to see later on. Because I did see the patch notes are out for those that can't wait. They're already linked in places.
We need to get control of
I'll wait for a little bit till most of the regulars are in. And then we'll go over them. I haven't looked at them either yet. We'll just wait here till that happens.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Magnetic containment failure.
But the dev stream was fine. It's as always with them. It's like if they pre-recorded something, they could maybe just make a really quick thing. But I'm not one to talk. Kind of felt like a rambling talk. But yeah, a bunch of good stuff in there. I think personally, I'm quite pro the leaderboard reset. I'm very much pro the changes for also having new commendations. Very much pro that. No, basically, I'm actually kind of looking forward to the patch. There isn't much content in it, and the gear and the brands and stuff isn't it's mehish, but also yeah, they've made the good stuff already, so it's kind of understandable. And yeah, tinkering, I'm very much looking forward to. Like that's definitely a thing that I'll make some use of. Oh yeah, totally forgot. Of course, I have access to that. So containment admin. Oh, we went in actually with 7. Okay, oh, someone
Shade
disconnected.
tech detected.
Kind of curious to see how much stability and bug fixing and stuff happens. Also, there's minor things like
Detected.
the direct impacted him and he did not get killed.
Hostile
That's
striker
interesting.
drone detected. Rogue sniper turret detected. Hostile sniper turret.
Like it intimidate changes. The minor buff to obliterate's
Rogue
kind
assault
of
turret
nice.
detected.
We'll make obliterate a little bit more
Detected.
effective, especially in short, in like spread out fights. Where's my team? Am I the only person in here?
High-risk target approaching.
You know what? This is lazy mode. I should play this more often. Although, well, I shouldn't. I don't like it. I'll get bored of this way too quick. But yeah, it is very much lazy mode. Also, I'm curious to see if, well, theory craft a bunch of stuff, but especially the brand changes. I'm kind of curious to see if, like, can you make something? You can't make more damage because nothing damage-wise got increased. But if you can add enough stability and accuracy to maybe a high-end red to make it, but also like, yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's still a high-end red. But like with Fenris and with contractors and Fox, and you know, One Piece Providence. Ninja Bike and then something. Yeah. Because you'll give up a lot of damage, but if you can get a little bit more like stability and stuff, 3-piece actually, the 3-piece,
We need to locate the target.
the 3-piece, was it Overlord or was it Contractors or Petrov that has 3-piece weapon handling? No, they were talking like esoterically with like content they want to do in the future. They did at some point say they would want to maybe look at more descent maps, and they said also maybe countdown.
10 minutes to lockdown.
But yeah, likely not, because
Excessive magnetic
in the same way
EMP
that will work out in a lot of games that were one map for a long time, is that if you add another map, people will have a preference. And unless you add in like a voting system or something, it's all just going to piss people off. And the old map, of course, everybody already knows it. So it becomes a thing of, you know, you enjoy the devil you know better than the devil you don't. Or they unbalance it so much, or like that one gives so much more loot or something. But then people are pissed every time you get this one. So it's a no loot, no. So to descent, adding one to descent could be much more easily, because you know, you just go a loop.
Fucking hell! Take out one of my.
I could totally as well. Summit could use some of that as well.
Rogue Stinger Hive detected. Hostile Stinger Hive detected. High value target neutralized.
I was gonna say we're gonna get one more.
High risk target approaching.
My team eventually. It's gonna. That heal is barely gonna. Just waiting for my team to come around the corner, basically.
Area secure.
Agent, you should be able to access that experimental lab now.
And the map since it came out. The map is no, yeah. So it's the one countdown map. Because it's basically the mode. It's more a mode than a map. They could make more maps for it, but yeah. They haven't indicated that they're really working on any such thing.
Agent, you've reached the lab. I need you to stabilize
Hey
the
there,
reactor.
Sat. Fresh beard? Oh, maybe he's seen some recent. Yeah, I let it get way too long on some.
You're
Sometimes
in.
recently.
Now, just need to find and destroy those fuel valves.
But yeah, I had to take it off before like working. Hi, thanks for your content. Watched 2 of your videos in which you got a bit emotional talking about a person's view on birth generally.
calls activated.
Matters to me, damn it! Yeah. I mean, yes, that's you're talking about the fog videos. Yeah, I mean that's consider part of it also theatrics, just to, you know, make it a little bit entertaining. But yeah, on the concepts, on some of the concepts, you know, I can have very heated discussions, and have had as well with people. Although usually with, yeah, people that understand it a little bit better than that. Let's actually go here. Did I check for chests? Yeah. I mean, I did now.
Discharge.
Also, yeah, I have a lefty. I should totally
Now,
use that more often.
I need you to expose the reactor's core.
But also, we're just on challenging, like, yeah, that. This is not a not a hard mode. As long as the team is decently.
Now, you just need to destroy the magnetic core. You should be fine.
Wait, that's a flame grenade without I was like, that person is already providing sledge, but they weren't. They were just... Damage per magazine
Evacuate the
apart.
facility. 5 minutes to lock down.
Mention damage per magazine apart from burst and sustain. Yeah. Well, sustain, by the way. I know some people. I mean, technically, it is sustain DPS, so it's not sustained DPS. But other people, just under technicality mostly, or veering into semantics at that point. Let's just capture them there. Any advice for anything? Because yeah, damage per mag is there are a lot of important factors to weapon choice. But you have the hard stats. I consider the hard stats basically burst DPS, sustain DPS, and then damage per mag. That's really the pure hard stats of weapons, and then you have a lot of soft stats as well, like accuracy, stability, stuff that is not per se damage, but is tangentially related and what does apply, does matter in forms. Wait, is there another foamer? Or did no? Somebody did that with a team.
Hostile artillery turret detected.
Also, we kind of need to finish this because we're running out of time. Oh, see an issue. I can't kill that. Man, shooting up it always sucks with pump. There's also most of the time when you hit a wall, it doesn't work. So, let's get up there. Wait, which one now? We need to finish this off because we have only 3 minutes left. It's still fine. Like we're gonna definitely get it done in that time. Anyways, when you think of using F2000 instead of FAMAS, yeah, for next season, on especially Striker, FAMAS and F2000 are kind of head-to-head. One of them has a little bit more damage, tiny amount, like 1%. The F2000, well, the FAMAS has more damage. Clarify. But burst, and then the F2000 has a lot more damage per mag, especially, and also a lot higher sustain DPS. It is a much easier weapon to use for most, although it's less accurate. So while it does have great stability, it's easy to keep on target. It actually has lower accuracy than it because, yeah, that's exactly what I'm after. And it was a mess. Somebody luckily took care of the objective there. I'm trying to keep a few charges just so I have some for extraction.
Great work, Agent. The power plant is stable. Now get the
Let's hope it's not the close range extraction.
When you're
Don't
ready
think
to
it
come
is.
home, shoot off a flare.
Actually, no, we had a failed start, so I actually don't know. But the F2000 is going to be pretty good. On that first day, because in the afternoon tomorrow, if the servers come back up, they've scheduled. So I'm hoping they're not just being optimistic, but they've scheduled just 3 hours for the patch. Let's see if that happens. Because also actually so last season I think the patch actually went live just well. We've had a few maintenances in between that have had issues, but we'll see. If it comes up around in the afternoon, I'm gonna actually update the burst and sustain tables one last time with the final version of things. Oh, it is a close one. That would have been nice if it hit, but no.
Get on that helo. You've got hunters incoming.
What's behind here?
Torres is waiting for your signal. Shoot off a flare when you're ready to come home.
Some sledges on them.
Torres sees you.
Aww.
Inbound.
sending out to the open.
Serious trauma detected.
Just so they know for next time. Ah, that's kind
Rogue striker drone detected. Hostile striker drone detected.
Let's get you home, Agent.
yeah, I'm gonna just that. It's gonna become super hectic.
I have him in sight.
I'd still be able to get the hunters, but
I can't move.
that's the downside with challenging. Too many
Lost the guy.
layers that you don't know yet.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I'm out of charges as well. I'm dead. You know what?
Agent in.
Let's just give up here. Let's go.
Agent down.
I got my mask. Let's go see if I have my new
Agent
pad as well.
deceased.
We'll go into the next one. Gonna do it fast so I don't get the same people. These people will still be extracting, so at least I'll have somebody else. Guys win on high-end build. Yes, but that's high-end build.
Safe.
I saw the dot do the calculation on that. Like, what? who is this person that is still running high-end builds except like raiders?
Thanks for your business.
Good, yeah. But yeah, FAMAS still wins on strikers, but yeah, not on like you have to kind of like the FAMAS is the thing. You have to like the accuracy of the FAMAS. If you were already one of those people, then FAMAS is actually still very much alive. And if you're not, the F2000, because it makes a lot of sense, especially with fast stands or the perfects. And the reason for that is that, especially even if it is behind by 1% on the sys burst, in 2 mags it's ahead of the FAMAS. Sorry. Let me get jump on. It's a couple of ads. Hello, that's No, you can't. Well, I mean, yeah, the thing of it is, so New York only has access to Summit from it, and then DC. Like the countdown, you can just matchmake in New York. That's not an issue. You can also set up for a countdown from the pilot, I think, still as well. He also is supposed to be missing next season. All these remote voice lines from her will be a bit out of. No, I mean, well, the thing is the story-wise and stuff, it's also, of course, just like that. Like the story is kind of like in segments. There's still like dead bodies here. So the game-wise, it's like it's just after that happened. I was also thinking, so that the Kelso was missing. You know that when they put her in the wall, when she was like misplaced and she was inside of that wall for a little bit. I was like, was that a prelude or was that, everything was connected. That was intended. She was just hiding there, She's in that wall. That's where she is next season. she's in that wall in where she was slid into. I don't know. Thanks, Infamous. Yeah, I know where she is. She's in the wall. It's coming from inside of the wall. Let's actually, I should have matchmade instantly because I didn't want to get that team. That was the whole point of getting out as quickly as I did. Let's try again with this thing. I didn't completely hate it,
An invite to another agent's group.
but I still kind of.
You have joined the group.
Yeah.
Communication relay offline.
Do any of you use versatile and start putting with it? Seems powerful. Yeah, the issue with it is you can make it work in certain situations, especially going
infrastructure
was
to
it
lend legitimacy to their cause.
shotgun
Control
rifles
the power.
or rifle. Well, the rifle marksman you can kind of make it work as well, but the thing is, of course, it's all tied to ranges and such, and it just is a bit of too much of a hassle. Versus, while it is a very powerful talent, it's vigilance exists and is less of an issue.
Lockdown.
But if you want to make it work, that can be like its own
Operational
fun.
lockdown procedures.
It's Sunday, right? Actually, yeah. Yes. Also, yeah, I can't status effect. You know what? I might actually go summit. Yeah, I
Serious
can't.
trauma detected.
There's no status effect, so I'm actually kind of useless here. Look at this. The other team will get status effects in the middle. I forgot about it. I forgot that's Sunday. And I should not be. Matchmaking. Wait, what? How does that happen? What? So what was that in chat? Just needed to talk back to that guy. Wait, so yeah, how did that hunter get there? Because there's, you know what? I don't care. Also, yeah, I'm leaving. They didn't even get like the other team ran past the objective. 4 people ran past that directive and didn't hit it. And it's a status effect one, which I need. I'm going to run that build.
Entering safe area.
Also, yeah. So sometimes you have idiots like this. So I say to him, hey, person with mic open, mute your mic. Push mute, kid. What the fuck? Already did. Why are you wasting other people's time when you can just mute yourself? Don't talk, kid. Like, I'm not the one with the open mic. Fucking idiot. You know, actually, calling somebody kid, let's say it's offensive language. Maybe enough people do it.
Good to
Yeah, let's you know what? Yeah, let's just go to Canton or Summit. Which build do I want to run, kind of? You know what, let's run Negotiator Tech Tank. This guy hasn't done a summit yet. No. I'll just run a little bit of this. Oh, it's Monday. Yeah, it's not even Sunday. It's Monday. Weekend Matchmaker is going into Mondays now.
This may take a while. Hope you cleared your schedule.
Yeah, I'm kind of completely off my schedule because I've slept way too little. Also, I didn't work this weekend, which was kind of weird for me. Kind of used to always working on the weekends. But I was, well, I should at least like working on. Wait, what? Where did the difficulty go? You know what? I'm not gonna do many challenges, so I'm just gonna take the casual 4. Or the Rangers. Because yeah, I don't want to level too much, but also I'm okay leveling up to like 50 if I have to today. Old COD days, people blasting me. Yeah. Starting on a boss floor. Yeah, indeed. It is Monday. Turns out I'm paying attention because tomorrow as well is Tuesday and we're getting a pack. I was actually in a little bit, so I haven't read the patch notes yet. I did see they were out. Let's do a few floors here and then, well, I'm surprised I didn't aggro everyone. A few floors here and then on the hour, I'll go have a look at them. We'll go over them. But I'd save it for on stream.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
The Pip again. This is, I think, the most used outcast name, usually, the Pip. See it way too often. Yeah, we're negotiating our way through this.
Incoming.
70 left. 2 bosses. Alright, let's stay the strife one. Yeah, no worries, pal. Vigilance is better. Yeah, exactly. It's just the benefits of it. If you want to run it, it's more going to be not for the damage of it, but just trying to just make it work, which can be its own fun. You know, just trying to be in the ranges that it requires with the right weapon and stuff. But this ends up, yeah. And yeah, actually, you got it there. What am I farming for? I'm actually farming for Lengmo. Don't ask me how that happened. For the pesty build I have, the high-end one. For next patch, I want to try it out with 3 pieces of Lengmo. We could calculate already out with what the difference would be, because it would be the crit chance would just basically move to the weapon, so you lose the DTA there, and then it would be. Otherwise, I mean, we can calculate from weapon damage anyway, but just as a general, like going through the flow of it, so that would be losing the Cheska, but then you're gaining 3 plus 10, and then you're losing the 5 DTA as well. I think it will actually come out barely ahead.
Rogue agent detected.
Rogues. Actually, you know what? I'm not fully charged up or anything, but we're gonna have 2 rogues here. Oh, I've done all of the ascent challenges. Let's get some of these grenade kills. We can do that with the multi-missile launcher. Most of the other challenges are just stuff you don't want to do on heroic. Hopefully they... Oh, or did they? I do want to close the distance a little bit, but actually I'll let him close the distance. A lot of it.
Still breathing. Rogue bombardier drone detected. Hostile bombardier drone detected.
I killed him by transfer.
Rogue agent eliminated.
I gotta play that much easier and safer with by swapping to PFE, but I didn't want to lose my the few stacks I've built up on Memento. Did it do? Good 29-minute read. Okay, so we'll likely do an hour. Well, they did say it's 1,000, like 1,000 bug fixes. So they're listing all of them alphabetically. Then it's gonna take a while, but yeah, we'll have a look through them. Missiles are grenades only in for one of the global events. I always forget which one, and in Summit. So here in Summit, for all of the things that it says grenade, you can use a grenade launcher and the multi-missile launcher.
EMP jammer detected nearby.
I think you can even use the crossbow, but the crossbow is annoying to use.
System malfunctioning.
As you know, you can't. Can you use the crossbow? I don't remember. I think you have to kill them with the initial hit for it to count, or it was something like that. It's been like forever. But yeah, one of the global events also does allow. I remember like last season talking about it, but I totally as well have forgotten which one it was. But yeah, in Summit it always for the grenade one. So there's the grenade on grenade kills, and then there's also like kill 2 enemies with 1 grenade or something. For both of those, you can definitely use the grenade launcher, especially. But the Technician's multi-missile launcher works as well, as that's what I have on my back. I'm using that. Surprised I didn't get blown up there. Yeah, we already got a mask as well. Actually, let's or did I already put that in the stash? I think I already put that in the stash. So yeah, we just need the knee pad, which makes it more annoying because that's a singular piece. That's the last remaining piece. Although as well, I can of course now focus my crafting onto that. So because it is craftable, but I've already done all the crafting that I can do. I actually didn't check if it's on the vent. I should maybe do that. If it is actually on the vendors this week. Normally I don't check for that. I did check for 511 this week. Because I do have a few million saved up on one character. I'd be willing to spend like for 150 crafts or something. The thing is, that's also like a lot of credits, but don't need as much as I have. Especially that character where I've done a ton of bounty cheesing on is
Terminal infiltrated.
6 million or something. It's like 3.2 million or something to get 750 of it, so you can do 150 crafts. So but there's of course a vendor site. I could go and check that. I might do that after stream. Sit there for an hour with a macro running to buy and then craft. This launcher does not work on drones. Oh. Yep. Well, it does work on enemy drones, but it also works on your own drone, especially if it's hovering around your head. I'm guessing you're referencing that. There you go. Yeah. Well, I don't even remember. I was trying to get specialization kills, I think, and I was in the open world. And normally, I'm so used to running tech tanks with the Milton, but I was on a 3rd drone build. And just the standard thing of just, you know, marking all the targets and then aiming up, and then my drone got in the way, which always happens. You shouldn't have your drone out when you are trying to use the multi-missile launcher.
Situation detected.
Good is gone.
I'll get you for that.
Leave her behind. Wait, did anything else spawn? No, what?
I
Oh, there is still.
Fuck you!
Yeah, I was gonna say there's gonna be more than just one. It's an RPG. I was about to say. Oh, as you know, there is one spawned like here, right? Yeah. I totally forgot about. I just realized, of course, now as well, it's going to end at the hunters if I do the 30 floors. And I might do the full 30 floors. I might, in the middle of it, go and clean up downstairs, basically, craft down a few, and if I get the piece, I'll continue on with some of the other categories where I still have weapons that I want to max out. Let's grab that one. Scorchers versus cleaners. The winner is indeed me. Who wins between cleaner flamethrowers and scorchers? Outcast scorchers. It's division agents. Who knew? Right, checking all the corners for the keys. Weed audience, yeah. Who wins? Whoever made the bullets and the weapons and sold it to all of us. That's the real winner. It's the old saying of in a gold rush, the person selling the you know, the panning tools and the shovels is the actual winner.
High risk hostile.
Mark those two and then, god damn it,
Got you down, motherfucker!
Mr. Action Jack.
Rogue artillery turret detected. Hostile artillery turret detected.
Just transfer to kill them. You know what? I'll just use that to transfer to you. That was dumb of you. Also, I'll be curious to see if the names are actually so in BTS. The backpack, the new named backpack, was actually dropping also, or at the very least, well, it dropped under Lingmo and then was showing as being targeted Lingmo. So, curious to see if that thing is mismanaged or sort of like misplaced somehow. So, yeah. If nothing else, we're getting some crafting parts. Or that odd Lingmo. We'll likely go to up to and including 79, and we'll then go and read those patch notes. Indeed. We'll let them fight and then kill whoever remains.
Rogue striker drone detected.
That's our motto, right? Murder what remains.
Detected.
Extreme fire, extreme fire extinguishers.
Assault drones detected.
Hey drones, how you doing? Leave me alone. Oh, that. I only have one spawn. I just need to wait this one out. I need to not be hit by any of these explosive ones. That's stats 100.
Terminal
They
infiltrated.
die anyway. Yeah, these guys are pretty good for getting some missiles out of. I'm mostly saving my missiles for those corridor teams because they'll have multiple reds. In here, it's like too messy. Because with those as well, if I kill them, there's no like wave afterwards. Usually in the corridors is where I would use my grenade launcher in this one stuff. Multi-missile launcher. Who's left? Sir, could you come over here? It's a madam, actually.
Deploying a It's killing time.
Give me shield. Great spot for a turret.
Double kill. I would love for him to add a few of the free-floor section thingies. You summit. That'd be kind of cool. Because these are all just predetermined 3-floor sections, and then just the things in them are randomized. But there's only a set. Actually, one thing I've always wanted to do is actually just count out how many of them actually there are.
Multiple hostiles inbound.
Because I kind of know which one is which, but also I've never like kept track in it in that way, and also my memory of those kinds of things isn't that great. So. Of things that look way too similar and just those kind of like in Descent as well. Everything kind of melts together. Here as well. And Hater Killer. Those things for grenade almost useful. Yeah. Although, well, yeah, the for grenade challenges, the one corner I didn't look at because I was talking. Luckily, I looked behind me before jumping up. Yeah, collector I find much more useful for those grenade challenges. I did have or I would sometimes like put Mad Bomber on whatever chest I had and just use that just so you don't have to keep going back to you know, getting grenades. So, and the collector does that, but kind of better almost. Because once you're below 2, every 30 seconds you're getting, you know, one more. And hey there, SPK. Let's farm some later on I'll jump back into Countdown at some less than stellar experiences to the point that I was like, it must be weekend. Like that's how bad the player waves was. And I was like, yeah, you know what, we'll go summit. I don't mind me some summiting. Because I'll likely be in here for a bit and then later maybe jump into some countdowns again. But as well in a little bit, I'm gonna jump and read the patch notes. Likely before the next boss room, so we'll do this 3 floor section and the next. And then go read it. And yeah, the negotiator tech tank isn't really the best thing for in. It's much more comfortable for control points than for summit, but you know, it still works. Still a tech tank, still can do some damage. I just get to be super aggressive the way I like to play, kind of. What you're looking for exactly? So currently I'm just getting some Lengmo parts. The part I'm definitely looking for is knee pad Lengmo crit chance crit damage, so I can recore it, but that's very unlikely to just drop. You never know, but yeah. Oh yeah, here we have these gals. Rakers trying to foam us. That's the unusual fire team that we saw at the start of this one. But it is craftable, so I'm just getting some parts as well to try and craft. I was like getting some summits in. It's likely next season I'll spend quite a bit on Descent again, so likely not jump into Summit much. Yeah, totally broke through. I'm gonna die here. That's it.
Agent vital signs 0.
I got surrounded way too. Yeah, I went way too deep. That's fine though. The floor still counts, so we'll get reset back down and keep on going.
Rogue striker drone
But
detected.
yeah, sometimes you gotta watch out for getting too deep and getting foamed. Foam is any movement builds like Attack Tank or Hunter's Fury's worst enemy.
Hostile drone detected.
Getting drones again at the start of it. Yeah, I should have realized much earlier there how surrounded I was. It's way too easy to... get just a little bit too far.
Terminal accessed.
The nice thing about these drones, they do drop a lot of memento, so I'm gonna be charged up at least a little bit right away. I'm fighting Black Tusk this time.
Get away!
I was expecting him to come for a melee. I was kind of waiting for it. He didn't.
Enemy.
Multi-marking. I do love mini tanks. This. Kill your master. There you go. Negotiators do actually enjoy mini tanks. Let's charge back up and head on in. And I should have maybe, yeah, it's fine. Should have reset the 3 floor sections so we get fresh loot from the rooms and stuff as well. Because all of that will count as looted if you respawn.
I'm with you.
hear the warhound. I don't see her. She's a dangerous thing. Although I
Hostiles on the flank.
totally saw some movement there, but apparently not.
Hostiles are using
Oh,
shield.
hi. Thanks for giving me your butt. That makes you a very easy kill.
System curtailed.
Understood.
System reactivated.
Mark them all and shoot the mini tank. Nice big fat target. Force of habit going for that door, but of course it's looted. There's nothing in there. I do love negotiating. One of the handy things, especially with warhounds with negotiator, is if you mark the warhound and shoot something else, like the mini tank, it goes underneath their armor. So mark that warhound. Although here, of course, I'm a negotiator without the backpack, so it doesn't give that much damage. Or it just doesn't have as much spread or damage. But of course I'm having a momentum. There's that. Just to make sure I'm full up on mementos. And we have to get the key again, of course, because that doesn't survive with you if you die. Quick kill.
No way, both sides.
You know what? Enjoy. So yeah, let's actually track this so we can show that they are in fact grenades. Because I'm on 6 now. I definitely want to get a few of those in. But also I don't want to do too many challenges actually. Thinking about, we'll see. It's fine. As long as I'm below below 20k and have like at least 30 levels remaining, so I can do the manhunt in the first week on my main account still. Or in the first few days. Because I want to hit 20k on the 10th of February. Also, I totally forgot. I wanted to make actually a community post for the Ask Me Anything thingy. But I totally forgot. I'll make that tomorrow. Try to gather some questions together. I think that would be a fun thing. People just, you know, ask me anything. I won't answer everything, but you can ask me anything. That went a little bit better since we didn't die. There's the key as well. Does all explosive damage work for that challenge then, or just specific ones? I don't think it's all. I don't think like skill-based explosives work. Because also, crossbows were weird as well. I remember. I don't exactly remember what's weird about them. I'm just because I usually just say use a grenade launcher or the multi-missile launcher. I think with the crossbow you have to kill with the initial hit. It's not the explosion, but it's with the hit. It's also been so long that I might be misremembering. Oh, this was so close. Crit chance weapon handling. But yeah, I'm not gonna settle for less. So. We're just going to deconstruct and move on. Alright, you know what? We're on the hour. So, park this character in the inventory for a second. Let's actually maybe go into skills. So we're in the void. You know what? Let's go have a look at those patch notes. I am curious. I'm a curious man. Is it with a black background? No, okay, so we're just gonna go dark mode. Let's make it maybe how big is that on stream? That looks fine. Yeah. So, and indeed, yeah, the 29-minute read. Okay. So we'll just go. We won't skim so much, but just go over everything. But I won't read everything out loud. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Okay, season mass. After division agents re-secured stability in the White House. Like, just why not just like rescued, freed, intercepted the Black Tusk, like. Re-secured stability and then like lost accuracy. Agent Kelso returned to New York to ensure the Haven settlement was also secure. Wait, don't you mean stable? Because we re-secured the stability. We didn't re-secure the security. Yeah. Secure and stable. But while agents were rescuing the civilians abducted by the Black Tusk, Kelso had gone missing. Did they bring that up at any point that Kelso is missing? Like my thinking was she's just in New York and just doing shit over there. Meanwhile, the division now faces harsh reality that hunters are among us, raising doubt and suspicion in both the White House and Kelso settlement. Agents must now find Kelso, but as they retrace her steps, more truths will be uncovered, reopening some old wounds. Yeah, some old wounds. We have no idea what's coming, basically, is what they're telling us. Let's actually close that, so it's been a little bit bigger. So we're starting in Civic Center, then 2 bridges, then Financial District and Battery Park. That's all the zones, likely ending with Liberty. So Mosquito, we already know. Nothing's changed about it, right? No, it's the same model. Has no functionality in PvP. Just straight up come and say it, yeah. Mosquito song, yeah. And yeah, it's just marking enemies, 10 stacks will make them point their gun at you. Well, it might be interesting for some, like it depends on how forceful this is. I'm still curious if this will work on right or not. I'll leave that to somebody else that like cares about incursion. Test it out. Rugged gauntlets, they look cool. But yeah, that kind of depends. So according to them, the accuracy parts of this were broken. So hopefully in the new season, we'll try them out again. Maybe they'll be a bit better, almost useful, almost usable, maybe. You know what? Let me just add that back in there because I'll just in case the game logs out, then I can see that there. And yeah, we have Aegis. We saw this already, of course, in PTS. It's the damage resistance gear set. It might find some use, maybe for raids and stuff. Kind of, it really depends on, like, I'm not a raider. I'll leave that to raiders to go like, hey, is this useful? Because you can actually get the set going. The chest and backpack talent, for instance, aren't really, well, maybe the backpack talent you can take. But both of them aren't really needed, for instance, for raids. So you could go still Vanguard Protector or Vanguard and Galvanize. So you can see this being maybe useful, but also Foundry exists and does a lot as well. Palisade, yeah. So this 10% armor and kill is kind of interesting for one piece. I could see that going into Hunter's Fury, maybe. But yeah, in general, it's not. A one-piece armor and kill is new and isn't going to be horrible. Like, pair this with Gunner. Just give up like 15 crit damage for 10% extra armor and kill. With Gunner on top of it, and Preservation, and you have like 30% armor and kill. With 10% of it being slow, and then even if you get a headshot, and it's 40% armor. Like, that's kind of worth it. But yeah, it'll come at a cost, but with one piece, at least it's a much more acceptable cost, because until now we always had to go two pieces. So, but I could totally, for some people, see, you know, them using this. It's still like, why would you still, like, especially, I mean, maybe on strikers as well. You keep Cheska because you can't give up Cheska. Like, that's too much of a loss, but. Instead of the Coyote, if there's too many Coyotes, instead of maybe going to Grupo, getting that 15 extra crit damage, you know, just get this armor and kill bonus. It's not the horrendous thing. They're keeping perfectly explosive delivery still. Okay. It's just because just this perfect explosive delivery. How clean does that sound? Why is this called perfectly? Perfectly explosive delivery. It just sounds weird. It is actually kind of cool, and that is recurring, and that's also going through walls and stuff, which explosions usually don't. I wonder if people will find some uses with it with that, because it's kind of like what you would sometimes use Oxy for. It has much more range than it does. So. Maybe. Backpack tamper-proof. Yeah, it's nice to have tamper-proof on the backpack as well. Is the thing. But tamper, yeah, it's not like we're giving up damage talents that easily. I can totally see me using this though on for some cases. Could even, for instance, with legendary, even for DUA once you're inside, because the same thing that you do with foam and trying with the courier to hit both sides. This will hit both sides as well. So there is, yeah, could see this being useful, this proxy. Also, maybe just even putting it on a red build, just give up backpack talent and just, you know, have CC by that. I could see that being used by some people, but not effective. Yeah, we are behind you. Where? Behind you. What? What's behind me? They're perfectly behind you. Also, again, perfect behind you makes more sense. This M700 kind of looks cool because the M700 carbon is going to be good already. And then behind you, if you're not running Determined, if you don't want to run Determined, I can totally see using this. Because, yeah, you get a plus 20% to that first kill. The one that matters, anyway. This might be actually with the buffs as well to M700 and maybe as well Habsburg and stuff. This might be enough to just one-tap an elite. Which, yeah, you know, you can start on elites then, making it much easier. Although actually at that point, well, you still want it for the bosses, but at that point even you could just give up Headhunter and just go glass or something, and then definitely one tap. Let me catch up here. And hey there, Shirky. And indeed, we're having ourselves some rambling talks. Basically just going over the patch note. I haven't looked at them yet. Yeah, same here. Yeah, tamper-proof on Capital EMP room could be, yeah, because you could CC without, like, I could totally see me using that in some places, because you could even use it. Well, I mean, I was thinking like Countdown or Summit or stuff. Yeah, but yeah, no, actually, but in raids and stuff, like I could totally see some teams. We already sometimes run tamper-proof just for in IH and stuff. Especially, for instance, the Morozova fight. It's so much easier if, like, you do a ton less damage, but you're guaranteed to catch the door with just an tamper-proofed turret. Or the Chungas in Boss 2. So having it on the backpack gives a few more options there as well. Because especially tamper-proof then as well becomes a lot more beneficial to Eclipse as well, because you can keep the chest, keep the radius of it, and then, because I totally can see myself using that at some points. It's annoying that you're locking yourself into the perfect though. It would be much nicer if you could just have Eclipse or an electric with that. Yeah, still fine. Behind you, well, we know the story of it now, right? It's this Whisper I don't think is going to be any good at all. The M16A2 is just annoying to use. And the general talents, I think this, if you're using behind you, I would totally, like, I think this M700 Carbon is already going to be one of the top weapons. So if you're going for like Headhunter build without Determined, and then, so just the normal behind you. I could also totally see this working on a classic M1A though. For a lot of cases, because it still can go on rifles. Basically, a flat line without it. Vindicator looks kind of cool. We tried that in the PTS already, of course, and works decently well. They've changed its numbers, of course, from 75 to plus 40. They need to make this work with focus. It didn't in BTS. They haven't talked about anything about it. Maybe there's some known issues later on. Maybe they'll list it in that. But yeah, it needs to work with focus, and then like it's actually a good weapon. It's already a decent weapon, like a B tier. But with it working with focus, it would definitely go like A tier. Especially for instance for using it with Negotiator or something. I could only see that working out really well. But it is mechanically an enjoyable weapon to use. There's just, you just use it. It forces you to play a tiny amount, little bit differently. And that's sometimes enough. Just, just a tiny extra challenge on top. That's sometimes all we need. Project Resolve, balancing, well, conflict stuff. Yeah, nothing like XP boosts. And yeah, the expertise and SHT watch bonuses are going out of conflict. This breaks a lot of builds, but it's also, it'll be fine for them. I think overall, this will, in the end, might help conflict a bit. And yeah, 3 seconds going rogue timer. The duration that you remain it is also a little bit longer, but like neither of those really matter. Now you just have to go around the corner. You can't just hit it out in the open. The status effect changes, they're going in. And most of them are PvP only. So especially as well, there's some Plague of the Outcast changes and such. And Lose severity of immobilizing. Ensnare rate of the player will receive a 10% damage. Okay, that's a weird thing. So if they foam you, you also get like the player that has become foamed will have damage reduction. Okay. Don't remember that being in the PTSs. Also, this isn't PvP only, so that's actually for everybody. Although, yeah, 10% damage reduction is nothing. Again, they're changing shock for PvP, but also only in PvP, so it's not coming to PvE. Burn. While burning, rolling in any direction will apply a bonus of 10% burn damage resistance for 5 seconds, up to a maximum of 30. Yeah, I totally forgot to chat test the burn in PTS, but this is also like, what does this even mean? You will apply a 10% burn damage resistance for 5 seconds up to a maximum of 30. So you need to roll 3 times, but then will you be out of, like, is it each time reducing the duration? Is it basically like as hazard protection kind of thing? But we'll see. Not moving grants 10% bleed damage resistance for, okay, so when you're bleeding, just stand still. This is also, so these are just PvE as well, right? Yeah. All repair skills now give 50% hazard protection for 5 seconds per target. That's nice. So, okay. Yeah, so chem and restore hive boats. Oh, that's kind of nice. So if you're under the effects of a healer with their hive, you have some extra hazard protection. Let me check over here. Yeah, let's go back. Oh, poison also gets cleansed now by booster hive. Booster ratio now skills with tears from 5 seconds to maximum 6. No, okay, so you'll use up less charges overall. That's what that basically means. Much higher range. The things will fly at you faster. Booster hive could use a buff, so this isn't bad. Sticky MP. Reduce EMP explosion damage in PvP. There's only explosion damage to skills, right? So it's like skills that are within the range. So will it still one-tap most skills? We'll leave it to the PvPers to find. Oh yeah, this again, of course, yeah. The lower skill tier player would not apply disrupt to a higher skill tier player. The difference between them is bigger than 3. Yeah. So it's getting the same effect that Jammer currently has, because they added this in a while back. Worked actually decently okay. But now they're applying it to, because the sticky MP was not part of that, so now it's getting the same treatment. Description updates. So yeah, Sadist, perfect, eyeless, perfect eyeless, ignited, perfect ignited, and thunderstrike and perfect thunderstrike. All of them are correctly being changed to amplifies. Amplifies weapon damage. So did anything change in here? No, because yeah, this is future perfection. This is not just future perfect, but the named ones, they were already, they were going up to 4 times. Perfect preservation was already in PTS on the Emmeline's guard and that gunner pistol that everybody never thinks of. Yeah, Swift is getting changed from Stinger for being longer. But yeah, the issue with it isn't length of this. It's not it's not refreshing constantly. Because that's what it really should do, is that every time that you do a cover to cover, it should reset back to 20 seconds, even if you're still have a little bit of it up. Thunderstrike and Perfect Thunderstrike are getting changed, and applying it now as well won't really make any difference. We like these status effect things are not generally used well. Flatline and Perfect Flatline are +1 kill rate. Yeah, so which literally will not change anything because who uses this mechanic of it to pulse enemies? Like everybody just, even if you're not using the link laser pointer, you're using a Night Watcher or something, like pulsing normally or something like that. Like this doesn't matter at all. But you know, Big Game Hunter, which is the Bighorn. Was gonna say Big Bullet King. It's kind of like a Big Bullet King, but yeah, no, it's the Bighorn. So yeah, they changed it to 4% and stacks up to 25 times instead of 2% up to 50 times. So it's gonna cycle up to it's gonna just basically rotate faster through it, which might be worthwhile because it will make it so that on shorter fights you're also still stacking up, and then you'll be much more consistent just by it rotating through. And so where it used to do one cycle, it will now do 2 cycles. It falls away, of course, at the end of the cycle, but then doing 2 of the cycles, you're basically, averaging out your damage output a little bit better. So yeah, that's all the same. Breathe free. Oh yeah, they're making it linked to the magazine size, right? Yeah. Which, I mean, sure. Who in their right mind is putting like Liberty or Lady Death on? Because if you're going for this max stack size, you would have still been better off just adding damage to the other shots, because trying to get this max size either by True Patriot or Brazos, yeah, no, don't do it. And yeah, this was PvP, right? Yeah, PvP only. It's half of a mag instead of a full mag for the St. Elmo. Intimidate changes are awesome. It's bringing Intimidate back. They're being Justin Timberlake and they're bringing Intimidate back. That doesn't really work. It's too many syllables, but you get my meaning. Cry me and Intimidate. Perfect Intimidate will still likely even be less worthwhile than it used to be, because the gap between them is actually getting smaller between normal Intimidate and Perfect Intimidate. So likely just normal Intimidate on a Cheska or a Grupo is still your best bet. Obliterate is getting a buff because it was, of course, not used by anyone ever. This is the weirdest one. Although I don't dislike this change because it just makes it a lot more consistent. But also Obliterate is literally one of the most used talents, I would think. Chess talents in the game. And the booster have to boost movement speed. Well, it used to in the past, but yeah, doing movement speed stuff is dangerous, and they kind of know that. Because it allows for some sneakiness. They're likely not going to allow anything other than Lady Death to really alter movement speed. Yeah, fireworks show, we don't even care. It's just whatever's. Yeah, and yeah, all exotic weapon thirds will be reconfigurable. The carbine and the stoner LMG, which no one will ever use again because they didn't receive a buff. The list of weapons, is this the exact same list? So Ox here, Cetard, yeah, no, Honey Badger got +5, right? Yeah, so this is all. Let's actually check. Is this all kind of the same? Yeah, 10, 8, 10, plus 10 max size, 50 RPM, 10 max size, Pulls are getting +5 damage, indeed. Plus 50 RPM on this. Plus 10 damage. Plus 50 RPM. So yeah, we're still missing TK. Yeah, so TKB, SIG, Carbine 7, M4 are all kind of behind it now. CTAR as well still. With this 10 max size isn't gonna save it. It's Honey Badger and yeah. I'm throwing Honey Badger with Carbine 7. They're basically the same thing. And yeah, LMGs, it's all of them. Except for still missing the thingy, right? Because yeah, Bullet King is here, Iron Lung is here, Blue Screen is here, and yeah, Pestilence isn't. Which makes sense. The Pestilence was already kind of okay-ish. Although I could have used 10%. I could have used the same 10% as the... and yeah, everything getting 20% still bothers me, but it's fine. Because they needed to balance in this as well. If this was up to me, the RPKs and the L86s... Where's even the L86? Oh yeah. The L86s would get 15%. The MG5 would get like also 15%, and then all of the others maybe 20% or something. That would have already been a lot of... Like, this is just lazy. Like, look what they did in ARs of just like giving everything its own kind of buff, and then this is all 20 plus weapon, plus 20 weapon damage, plus 20 weapon damage, plus 20. And LMGs are going to be good, pretty good next season. SMGs as well, actually, let's check. So MPX isn't in here, right? Yeah, so MPX still isn't, which is the big loser of all this, because the Banshee is kind of the biggest winner together with the MP7. Basically, the Banshee with fast stance is awesome. And MP7 with every other talent is awesome. But also, actually, Swap Chain itself is kind of awesome, so that works out. I don't remember the stats for SMGs that well because they're SMGs. Here as well, yeah, it's the same list as before. 6, yeah, so missing the Classic M1A, the 1886, but those are fine as well. They'll still be used a lot. The clear winner for me here kind of is this Military Mark 17 as a general use. Plus 25 weapon damage to a weapon that was already kind of okay. Much better than the 6 in my opinion. And is gonna, I think, yeah, like this is gonna be definitely my try out this rifle recommendation. And, oh wait, hey, this got changed, right? This was 30, wasn't it? Wasn't the M700 30 in that's not the exact one. Let's go to this. No, so yes, 2 patch notes. Oh no, it was plus 17. Yeah. Oh, this was plus. Oh, they're split up, of course. Yeah. So yeah, no, this was plus 25. Yeah. Got it. Because yeah, the Model 700 is gonna obviously be the highest hitter now, but I think it's gonna be in between the M700s and the Covert SRSs and the SR1s, kind of. We'll have to see. Tactical 308 not getting a damage buff is kind of sad. But yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. Yeah, the gear differences, nothing changed here, right? Yeah, so this 30%. Yeah, we're not doing the skill damages. That's sad. That would have been actually a good change, I think. Putting 20 skill damage and 20 skill damage on both 2-piece Empress and 2-piece Hana Yu. It would have actually worked out perfectly fine. Yeah, I got there, Gary. It was I was thinking I read that as the model, like the model 700. I remember that one being higher, but also I remember that as 30. But yeah, no, the all of those were the exact same as we saw them last in PTS. But of course, we'll double check them against stats tomorrow in the game, and maybe some, because still as well, the LVOC and lightweight M4 are not in here, right? Yeah, no. So they were unlisted changes basically last PTS, and they're not in this list here. How much you want to bet they're still actually buffed? I mean, there's not even a reason to bet for it. But, yeah. So anything else here that changed? Not really, right? I love how many people were going on about the alt changes and the Murakami changes as if repair builds outside of DZ are any, like, okay, in DZ healing matters, the amount that you heal matter. Outside of DZ, who gives a F? Like, usually you run skill haste anyway. FI is much more important anyway as well. FI set. So yeah. Because only in DZ is maybe this like 10% extra skill duration and 10% extra repair skill worth anything. But yeah. Although actually it's 20% extra skill duration, right? It's normally 10%. But also that, like, yeah, isn't that important of a thing. Yeah, 511 is the meta now, because of course it's the only one that's getting a one-piece change. To 30%. I have to actually check, because also where is Usina, yeah. So actually I have a high-end backfire. We need to rework that one at some point, but we have 10% more hazard protection from Usina 3-piece, which that build has. And yeah, Lengmo. So actually here as well, the one of the interesting changes is electric. This 30 SMG damage is kind of interesting, because just forget about the other two brand bonuses and just think about it as like 10% SMG damage, 10% SMG damage, 10% SMG. And that would be perfectly fine. But yeah, in for SMGs, I don't think it will find any use, because Hunter's Fury exists. And while you could like two-piece this with a ninja bike, ninja bag, and then three-piece Hunter's Fury, it just seems like, unless you're blue coring a lot, because yeah, you could have had crit chance and crit damage, especially with Sokolov there as well, because especially on for SMGs like Sokolov, because you have the 10 on the base and then 15 crit damage, so, or 10 SMG damage on one piece, and then the second piece is 15 crit damage. Because like this, you're stacking way too much into one stat. And then yeah, the other interesting one, well, the interesting ones in here are actually the armor regen. So actually Gila Guard and Golan going up a little bit. I could see regen builds maybe being a little bit more okay-ish, but there's also not a big difference, because it's a 1.5% basically. So, but that is a 1.5%, you know, without much changes to build, especially with Hunter Killer becoming a thing again. Because you could go the Hunter Killer route, Memento Backpack, 2-piece Golan, 3-piece Gila. You would have 3.5% always active. And then you would have 6.5%. Although you could already get that, basically. You could get 6% already with 2-piece Golan, 1-piece Bellstone, and Murakami, the Murakami knee pads. So yeah. Because the region builds as well, like just it would need to be a lot higher for them to compete with other stuff. This 50% max size is also kind of funny, but yeah, don't do it. Just don't. There's like, instead of getting this 50% max size, just get damage on the max size that you have. And yeah, the interesting one here as well is this Lengmo, 30% LMG damage. Kind of the same thinking. I'm not even looking at like these two first stats. I don't care about them, but it's 10 LMG damage, 10 LMG damage, 10 LMG damage. But then in LMGs, you have the Pestilence, which scales off of weapon damage and total weapon damage. So I think it will be, worthwhile, and that's why I'm farming it. Usina is not 20% as well, hazard protection, but so few builds use that anyway. It's much easier now to get full hazard protection, because I actually did any of the other hazard protections get changed. Actually, well, that would be Cheska, right? Yeah, no. So this one, yeah, not either, but this 90% health looked kind of funky, but yeah, it's also I'm not gonna. But yeah, so this is the thing I'm kind of thinking is, oh yeah, actually, yeah. So Petrov is getting this weapon handling on 2-piece, because I could totally see. So looking at it this way, basically, if you're going a high-end red, Ninja Bike backpack, you take a Contractors, you get that 15 weapon handling, you get Fox's Prayer, or actually you do 2 pieces Overlord and take. So actually, I could see this being for a rifle build. Actually, maybe for the thingy might be interesting. Because yeah, you get a weapon accuracy and then weapon handling if you take 2-piece. And then you have literally how much weapon handling? 45 weapon handling there. You have a braced, basically, with 3 pieces and a ninja bike. And then you can put in a sacrifice and a Cheska or something. Yeah, well, it's still Cheska likely, just for the crit chance, but like that's at least a little bit interesting, because you can keep your chest talent in and glass or something, or focus, once that works. And because also this 30% weapon, this 30% reload speed, 30% reload speed is quite a lot, enough that it's noticeable. So yeah, I could totally see some usages maybe for that. But of course, also all of those are just comfort builds. They're not damage builds. They're just giving up damage for, because you could already likely get about the same out of now builds by just going braced. So yeah, system corruption, light changes is mostly this thing. So instead of stacking 1%, it's stacking 2%. You need less bonus armor to get to the max. Let me actually catch up here as well. Yeah, indeed. Death Grips. Although, well, basically now you can replace Death Grips completely with just because you don't have to take that health bonus thing with the other brand, because you can take the crit chance. Actually, well, on Hunter's Fury it would maybe make sense. Armor region headshot building. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but especially with Headhunter, you can likely make that happen, especially with Dodge City to get the thing going. Did they change anything? Well, they're about to tomorrow. These are the patch notes for tomorrow. Actually, if you want, I can. Let's copy that. Actually, I should have done that earlier. Put it in both the chats as well, for those interested in them. If you want to go on ahead or go back to something that I missed or something. And yeah, this is the patch tomorrow. So Memento, TP Skull, and with Hunter Killer, Emperor Guard, Bellstone, and last piece something random to get damage on his Bighorn with. with it. I mean, why the bighorn then? Is my question, but yeah. Like, because if you're making regen, like close ranging, it's kind of works. Although, well, if you just like the bighorn, that's perfectly fine. But yeah, regen builds getting a tiny increase. Hunter killer, if you're going the regen route, like makes sense a little bit, but also regen just still won't. So to me, regen won't ever really make sense until it reaches. So in comparison, a tech tank at full charges is doing 270k regen on the shield per second. If you kind of take it to a per second thing. No regen build is going to match that. Now, of course, it's a shield, so it can be disrupted away. It can be, you know, exploded out of your hands by well-placed grenades and stuff. But I'd much rather have that than... and it costs less, because it's not costing a ton of brand bonuses. It's costing basically the memento, and it's costing a few blue cores and the specialization and the high. Like, that's much less of a price to pay than... you know, two-piecing Golan and stuff like that. Yes. And the Murakami, because all of them don't have damage bonuses, damage brands. So you're giving up a ton of damage brands. Yeah, Hunter's Fury, it's just the 50% on health on kill rate. Yep. Is there anything else? Wait, what? Why is this under... this thing was under 2, like, of these things. Was like, wait, did they change the buff? No, okay. Yeah, so that's the same, just health on kill, which is fine. It doesn't matter anyway. You're likely running this with firewall, and then it's still 80% instead of the 100% that it was. And also, like, would you really go health for that? It's a nice bonus, it's a nice extra, but like, yeah, it's not the main course. And yeah, Foundry Bulwark, we haven't seen it for a while, but yeah, the chest things are changing and increasing. But also, this costs a chest and a backpack talent, and Foundries, the way we like mostly set them up is with at least Vanguard, because not having Vanguard takes away a humongous group buff. So yeah, it's although, well, both of them combined can make a very strong tank, but usually tanks are already way too strong. It's kind of the healer issue. It's usually, we don't put even more healing on it. We put support on it. We put, you know, opportunistic on it, even perfect opportunistic, giving up, you know, brand bonus for it, stuff like that. And yeah, just tanking harder isn't really what's going to save that build. We'll save that set. Yeah, the stuff that wasn't touched is Yao and a bunch of red things. Oh, also, of course, one of the major ones as well. That's still in here, right? Yeah. Habsburg going to 20% MMR from 15% MMR, because it really needed that. It wasn't already better. A total of 273 leaderboards have been reset. Okay. Yeah, I hope they keep the ones that have like the amount of raids completed and stuff like that. I hope they do keep those, and like incursions. Incursions actually isn't in here, actually. Or, well, including, they don't say all of them. It's fine. Like, who cares about the leaderboards, really? Because also the like the speedrunners, they have their own ways of keeping track with speedrun.com and Vroom. It will be annoying for a while till everybody like resets sometimes in there, just so you can't check like on friends list as faster times. But it's weird that they didn't announce this beforehand, that they like are dropping it the day before. Red 6-core build is better than don't get why people use blues. I mean, there's reasons to use some blue cores here and there, but you have to do it in smart ways, I would say. Oh, the increased headshot damage, yeah. Well, Bighorn is actually getting a tiny, another tiny buff as well, as it's going to detox from headshot. I think that has. That's a big bonus. For B strikers plus. But though actually, yeah, I would also, yeah, as this crew says there, I would totally go strikers as well for Bighorn, just so you have that handling. Will the new exotic pistol make tanks build viable for income? Kind of depends on actually how it well works. Like if you can actually pull some of the, I could totally see it being useful, for instance, for the raid bosses and such, or maybe making more consistent strategies for instance, Johnson, who is just completely random. And yeah, actually having it pull, it kind of depends as well how because we don't have a real clear view of how the threat, it kind of depends as well. So the enemy, it forces the enemy to look at you. How long does it take before, like, is that time-based? Is it locked for a few seconds? Or is it that if 3 strikers are shooting at it, they'll pull the aggro off in like a millisecond? Because yeah, that kind of depends on that stuff. I didn't get to test it in depth into that level. Also, it kind of depends on if, like, for instance, with Raid, if you can pull him away from even, the person that hit the valves or something, because that could be handy for someone carrying or something, because you could force him to come after you if you have like 3 weaker players with you. I can see it being used, but it kind of depends on how it mechanically in the end works. So we still haven't, I still haven't looked too deep into it. Flooded with non-legit times by the end of day one. Yeah, because I don't think they've fixed any, because even some of the non-legit times aren't like people hacking. It's just accidentally stuff breaks. I remember having like a 2-minute on my alt account. I still have it, I think, a 2-minute time on Jefferson Plaza hard. Once in a league, it just like bugged out for some reason and just gave me 2 minutes. Which I definitely didn't do. So, you have stuff like that. Best AR next patch. It's going to be between the F2000, the FAMAS, and the Elmo and the EB. Especially the Elmo, FAMAS, and F2000. And the EB, if you can make the talent work solo. Right now, does the shieldsman overtake FAMAS now? It doesn't, not on strikers, but it does on high ends. And actually, for instance, as well as strained F2000 will actually be the shield splinter still on the amount of crit damage that striker build has. But shield splinter will be very common, I think, because also it's very consistent to get. It's not easy to get, but you can, if you plan in an hour and a half, you can have a shield splinter by the end of it. Which, if you go farming for AR, you might, we've all done that, right? Farming for something and it takes forever. With a shield splinter, you can be quite secure that if you do basically, 2 hours, you're basically guaranteed to have it, because you just need to do the hunters and you'll get one from the chest. It'll come with a fixed talent, so you can change its third stat, optimize up the rest. Done, you have it. In terms of burst damage on strikers, F2000 is 1% behind, but it makes up for it with that extra max size, because it has 10 rounds more, so it sustains a lot better. And then it kind of becomes, so the thing that will actually be the thing, I think, in the end between the FAMAS and the F2000 is go shoot both of them and see which one you hate the least. Because the F2000, if you're used to, the FAMAS, if you're used to it and you're kind of okay getting it on target, it is a lot more accurate, actually. It is a weapon that if you know its recoil, you can keep it on target quite well. The F2000 has a tendency for it to just jump left and right, basically off the center. So it's less accurate, but it's much more easy to keep on target. So I think that will actually be the deciding factor in the end. But we'll play around with both of them. But yeah, FAMASs are basically not dead. They're still pretty good. And F2000s come to join them, basically. Need a gunner skill that can pull aggro. Yep, that would be nice. For longest of times, well, I've said, like, I wish they gave maybe a talent or gear set the ability to make the shield pull aggro, or just put some aggro on the shield, because that's also a way to nerf shield usage. It's just, if you pull it out, it just does the decoy thing of just like pulling aggro, acting as if it's, you know, engaging enemies. Because if you've ever thrown out an aggro or a decoy when you're not in combat, you'll notice like when it lands, it kind of acts as if it's like landing and then damaging everything. So it's not actually damaging everything, but it's acting like that, because it aggroes the entire room and then just pulls the damage, basically the damage towards it. So if you made shields do that when you pop them, or maybe tied it maybe to a talent or something, to maybe Vanguard or something, that would have been nice, but well, you know, there's still time. The game's still being developed. So maybe Project Resolve will come with that. I've used the shield sprinter, and for me, it feels better to use than FAMAS. Yeah, that's it kind of depends as well, because for me, part of it is as well that I know how to. I've used the FAMAS for a long time, so I have that down. If you haven't been using FAMAS for a long time, F2000 is perfectly fine, because in like 2 or 3 mags, it's going to be ahead of a FAMAS anyway. And shield gave you threat, yeah. Although, well, yeah, in D1 even we had threat mechanics with the muzzle slot, right? Like you could have the loud muzzles, which would give plus threat, and you would have suppressors, which gave less threat. So mechanics like that, they just need to bring it back, because they have threat. They have exists in this game. Hello. Yeah. Need a second look. Like literally, go to a decoy. It literally says here, part of its stats is threat. Like just put whatever this is, this mechanic. You don't even need to understand it. You just you copy this mechanic and just like put it on a talent. Like you put it on Vanguard, that if you have Vanguard, if you pull out a shield, you get, you know, depending on your shield tier, you get plus 15, plus 30, or plus 45 or stuff like that. That would be awesome, I think. Because that's the biggest thing that tank builds don't have in Division 2, is just you don't have any mechanic of managing threat. So in other games, you would have something like taunts and stuff, and the damage dealers would have things like fading away. To lose threat and stuff. So we don't have those here. That's, yeah. Also, yeah, the one of the notable mentions as well is actually AKs are also going to be pretty good. Although mostly I would recommend only AKs for if you're using them for something where you need damage per mag. So for instance, I'll be using them for ongoing directive especially. It's going to replace the TKB for me in those kind of roles. Or a sadist weapon on ongoing directive. Because that one is very reliant on damage per mag, and yeah, the AKs will kind of be on that. And then yeah, the black market and the military AK, but yeah, the black market is the better one if you can go for it. How much health you could get in a mana? Okay, yeah, that's a lot of health. But yeah, that's likely just the 3-piece Cheska, 1-piece 511, and oh no, actually that wouldn't even reach it, right? I was gonna say on that 2-piece, whatever the 2-piece has. But that's actually with Ninja Bike, right? Because you would have the Ninja Bike, the gear set, and then Cheska, and then 511, and which other one had the health? Is it Gila? Yeah. Yeah, so. Oh, what are the five? Oh, actually, I did miss that one. What are the top 5 weapons to expertise? Yeah, actually, so Pomix list there, I can agree with kind of, yeah. Regulus, FAMAS, Scorpio, Almo, F2000. I definitely do as well if you're using, for instance, a determined weapon, whatever, and ends up being next season, that could benefit from it a lot. Oreo, of course, as well. Very much so. And it kind of depends on what you're using. Like, put it on the weapons you use the most. Chicheska, one okay, yeah, one Aegis and then one Gila. Yep. Yeah, but the thing with that, of course, is going to just be it's completely useless in that form. But yeah, we can go for someone. How much do you want to bet in the first week? There is someone that's going to go like that will be their thing. Unbelievable 1.4 million held on this amazing build. Yeah. You will never die. You have infinite health. Healthcare is here. Socialized healthcare is here. Those projects, reworks, tinkering, access, they're set on the textile vendor are the biggest changes for this news. Yep. Actually, yeah, let's get through the rest of it because we weren't completely through it. Let's finish this off before I get super sidetracked as I already did. The reward changes for season. Actually, also the season pass daily projects as well. Okay, so no, this doesn't get the what's it called? The exotic components. But then yeah, the daily projects do. Because yeah, this gives the weekly projects give 3. So wait, daily projects doesn't list them here anymore. Or wait, what? Where are 2? No, okay, it's here. Oh, this is the DZ one. Okay, the DZ. So yeah, we're getting exotic components off of the dailies and stuff, which will lead me as well and many others to do the dailies. That'll be kind of fun again because those will lead to be missions that will have quick matchmaking and stuff. Invasion project. Wait, so I mean, it's not normally an invasion-based project. It's kind of confused if this is like something new, but I'm thinking they just mean the normal weeklies. They're just calling it invasion project. Yeah, this is giving 3 exotic components. Legendaries are kind of, although, well, we're getting more stuff out of them. So out of everything, we're getting more. And even the SHG requisition is going from 1 cache. And then, it's also going to give crafted, well, actually it had crafted blueprints. And this was already always in there. It's 5 specialization points if you need them. And yeah, we are getting, this is actually a cool change of, instead of it giving you a named item, it's giving you a named item cache, which sounds similar, except that this, of course, also contains all the DZ items. So those will be helpful for newer players to get some of the DZ items out. This is just more as well. Also, 2 named caches here. That's not bad for the Dark Zone thingies because they're also usually not that hard. And yeah, Summit project as well is getting a bunch of. Although of course, so here when they say crafting blueprints and 5 specialization points and stuff, this already is on those projects. Just you know, if you've been in the game for quite a while, you just don't see them anymore because this is just the normal general pool crafting blueprints. And if you're full up on specialization points, you then get more. But yeah, now we're getting 2 item caches, named item caches, and a recalibration and cache. So a little bit more worthwhile. And it's also only 15 floors. Like this 15 is actually kind of cool as well. It'll push a few more people in into Summit. Although actually, I didn't even notice this because normally you can do it on any difficulty. But also it's weird that it says in hard/challenging difficulty when Summit has, you know, hard, challenging, heroic, legendary. It's just likely poorly worded. I did it on heroic anyway, so we did get it there. Might not even, this might actually even be completely wrong and you can still do it on normal. We'll see. Global event changes. Let me actually catch up here before we go on. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Palisade has the 2-piece, right? That's the one I was thinking. Yeah. I mean, that's always a given. People will make things out of the new sets and go, it's awesome! And then, yeah. It's going to be even 2 hours before the patch. They've already recorded that in PTS. They're just going to fake over the PTS thingy being in that corner there, or like there-ish. Just use that footage. It's just expertise cost decreasing or optimization going down too? Yeah, both. Yeah, Spong said that as well. Because optimization costs are getting halved as well, and then expertise is getting like reduced. It's gonna take, like, it was 42 to get to 24 for a weapon, I think, and then we're gonna have 25, so we'll have to see. It's likely 45 for maybe even more. We'll see next season what that's, or well, in a day. Yeah, I'm pasted the link indeed, and no, they are changing optimization costs. They were already halved in PTS. We'll likely even run into them here in a little bit. So yeah, global event changes. We'll hit them when we'll hit them. They're just making them easier. Which, yeah, I'm not super happy about, but because kind of liked most of them. I think making them easier is not what I wanted out of them. Really. Kind of like now as well. I'm avoiding Golden Bullet because like I don't want to deal with that. The only one that kind of did need some things is, yeah, especially this double pulse radius for SHT expose is kind of nice. And also, I don't think they say it here. No, but the stacks stay a little bit over. But actually, Golden Bullet should have been in here as well. And they should have said, you can now, the enemy that has a Golden Bullet will be marked beforehand. Like, Golden Bullet kind of needs that. Also, they'll fix some of the waves not having it, which is kind of, but yeah, for instance, the polarity switch just getting, easier and stuff. Because also, for instance, Guardians, that was already super powerful. Increasing this damage buff from 30% to 50%, that's actually a lot. Like, Guardians wasn't that far behind. And kind of depends as well what this enemy headshot weakness means. Did they just take 50% more extra damage from that? That would be very powerful, because you could, at that point, just likely run an AR with Headhunter. Like AKM could maybe even like actually keep Headhunter going at that point. Commendations! Yay! They finally found someone. Somebody went into the code and went and figured it all out, how to put in commendations. But yeah, added new recommendations for the Paradise Lost incursion. Yay! Actually, what are the things? Incursion Effective Award. Awarded for eliminating 10 hostiles during an incursion. What? Paradise Lost while you're under status effect. That's actually, yeah. Can we apply the status effects ourselves? Because that would be handy. Foam yourself to the ground and shoot enemies. Well, we'll have to see how that works. Skillful Incursion, awarded for eliminating enemies using 5 different skills during an incursion. Bravo, okay. Be annoying, sure, why not? Eliminating enemies using 5 different skills. So, turret, drone, sniper turret, oxy, mortar. Actually, depends on if fire cam and stuff. But also, yeah. What would be the easiest place to do this? Maybe just soloing the entry part and just getting the 5 kills on the enemies, not even caring about. Because none of them say that you need to complete it. And kill 5 enemies with just, some of the skills. Incursion X Award, awarded for successfully securing the Murray Estate 10 times. Well, that's actually at least a good one. Just a completion thing. Incursion Collector, awarded for discovering all the collectibles in the Murray Estate. Did you fix the collectibles, though? Because my character is still missing one. Like my main character that I care about collectibles on. Although actually, as well, this depends on if collectibles usually means both comms and the artifacts. So you'll at least have to do the double bosses thing. Perfect Paradise Lost, awarded for completing incursions without any of the 4 team members being down while not using any medkits. So, I mean, that's not too hard. You have to run a healer from the start, but yeah. So just run it from the start with FI. Because otherwise, I mean, I definitely, if we're 4 strikering the tanker, I'm definitely using medkits at points. Also, medkits, they're called armor kits. They forgot about it this time. I mean, yes, if you run past right, you are on fire, but like try killing someone in that time because you have to get 10 kills. Well, that likely, yeah, just foam yourself to the ground and then shoot an enemy. Will likely count. I would expect it to be in one session though, so I wouldn't expect it to be with that you can die and go again. Respawns usually break those kinds of things. And yeah, likely when they added in commendations as well for the summit and stuff, when they fixed some of them up, if you had them already or should have had them, you retroactively got them. So, although likely not for the completion ones and stuff. But yeah, if you have all the collectibles, then it should all already be completed. Medkits. Yeah. The difference between a full armor kit and a 25%. Oh yeah, actually, we're getting that as well, of course. Right? I like that mechanic. Actually, I totally forgot about that. The quarter heals. Yeah, let's finish this up. This was indeed 29 minutes, as we're here for an hour. Although, of course, rambling talks. And yeah, open world loot crates now scale with world difficulty. A change that way too many people are way too happy about, and I'm very sad about. But we'll see how that goes. An option has been added in the display, the item, yeah, stash items, yeah, because opening it up was so hard. Like, at least on the backpack, it kind of makes sense because you just constantly see it when you're picking items up. But I don't care about the stash number. I'll just open up and, although, well, now other people streaming, you can see their number and go, you know, be judgy about it. Like, yo, your stash is almost full. Yeah, the HP changes to SHT watch, which makes sense. Like, this doesn't matter anyway. The only thing was that at very high levels, you could do very annoying things, and not in PvP only, also in PvE, because yeah, the 100% health on kill from Hunter's Fury. If you had millions of health, I was getting boosted back up because you had cheated your way to like 200k SHT, then yeah, that's gone. But that's also fine. Like this makes that a little bit more consistent. They can actually maybe do stuff with health now. Maybe give some talents that work with it. Recal station becoming the tinkering station is one of my favorite changes. This together with the flashbang going to black is basically my two favorite changes. But yeah, the tinkering station is awesome, mostly because you're going to go from item, which is a really good change. So instead of going into, especially for grading and stuff, having to go into the menu, going, okay, ARs, then finding the AR that you want to upgrade and then going into that and then upgrading it. Instead, you go to the AR you want to upgrade and then go take that into expertise and then all of its stuff. So yeah, that's a big change, and recalibrations of it and stuff. So it's an awesome change, and also being able to do it anywhere is awesome. That's the reason as well that I went out of my way and got a lot of free talented, like changed all my chests and backpacks to be mostly free talented, and I'll play around with talents a lot more. I'll definitely, go out of my way to change talents here and there. Yeah, it's the same basically as it was in PTS. Expertise changes. And yeah, the UI changes, becoming a tinkering station, but also adjusted expertise costs, expertise grading costs, and yeah, so 42. So I wonder actually how much. I didn't actually check in PTS. We did have expertise grade 25 available for level 25, but I didn't check actually. Because here they're showing 11 to 24. So likely another like +6 maybe or something. At worst, it's going to be 50 or something, right? So that's a reduction by a lot for getting up there, which is very nice, very, very, very nice. As well, so kind of the thing I'm kind of looking forward to as well, the reduction for skills. I'll finally get the most of the skills to 10 at that point, because I don't mind that at all. Because the printer filament, you could basically just do 2 skills, was like 4.7k or something needed per skill. And yeah, I'll get a bunch of skills as well, up to 20. And yeah, so tinkering, still tinkering. The optimization being tied to what you have in your recal library is weird, but likely they needed to do that for the tinkering system to kind of work the way they needed it to. That's likely why that change has been made. But yeah, no more marks of shame ever. That's sad. People can't put the mark of shame on it. Perfectly efficient chest with the new instant medkits. Wonder how it'll be. I don't think that triggered that. You still used it, I think. I remember messing about with efficient. I didn't do perfectly efficient, but and every time that I used it, it didn't count it, or didn't like work with it. No, so during the PTS, whenever you got blinded, the screen, instead of going all white, went all black. So that was one of my favorite changes of PTS. Not getting blinded in real life when my character is just getting blinded. It wasn't the setting. A few people brought it up that, well, Xander as well was like, I hope they make that a setting. For me, it would be a setting that I would always set to black, but I can kind of maybe see it if you're, you know, if you hate your eyes, if you just completely hate your eyes and just want them to be destroyed. Then no, I mean, yeah, there's like immersion factor thingy, right? That like, especially in a dark room, you'll go blind yourself as well. But yeah, before we get our hopes, let's see if it's in the patch note, because also in both PTSs, it wasn't in the patch notes. It did happen. I mean, we all saw it on streams and stuff. But it would be funny if it was just like, oh no, that was just a bug, and we fixed that bug. I wouldn't expect it. I'm guessing it was just an undocumented feature, because they would have brought it up by now or something if that. And yeah, the instant use armor. And yeah, so even though this kind of looks silly, this might here and there save your life when you're, you know, when you're on fire or bleeding from special ammo and you can't armor pack up. Hey, here they call it an armor kit, the way you're supposed to call it, instead of a med kit as they called it earlier. This 25% might be just enough to keep you alive, with especially bleed and stuff. So I could totally see that happening, and then, you know, you do it and you'll feel good, which is, you know, a good gameplay element. If you're smart and use it well, it might save you here and there. But it'll likely take a while before it's, you know, second nature. And yeah, the skill mods are getting altered so that you can't have duplicates anymore. You just have the highest one will only be in that slot. I'm looking forward to this as well, especially if the inferior skill mod that is getting replaced, if that also automatically goes into your loadout and stuff, so that you don't have to, you know, when you upgrade one of the mods and it's used in a loadout or several loadouts and you have to go through all of them and update them. Instead of that, if it just kind of automatically happens because of this, that would be awesome. But we'll have to see. Because it does say automatically replaces the existing one. So yeah, we'll have to see how that's... The only downside of it is, as they blatantly kind of, Yannick was surprised with, is that, yeah, you likely won't be able to share mods anymore to other people. But that's well and fine. Yeah, I wasn't in the patch notes with PTSs either, so the screen going to black, so it likely is in there just as an undocumented feature. Maybe sent to night mode only. Fuck they. No, I like some sunlight. No, the skill mods will likely be per character, because that would have been a much bigger change. It'll likely be per character, and just their characters will have their own. Because it's not using like a library system that's going to be account-wide. And yeah, it is indeed the time to, if you do have some mods saved around because you were like, I'll move this to another character, do that today. And because tomorrow it's... No, so it's skill mods only, Infamous. So it's removing duplicates for skill mods, because there it wouldn't, it already, like as a system, it kind of makes sense because you only need the higher one anyway. The only downside is, of course, yeah, multiple characters and stuff like that. But yeah, it's not touching gear mods at all, and likely it will not be for gear mods ever like that, because, you know, farming gear mods and stuff is a core thing of the game. So yeah, Descent, we can get to Nemesis at loop 9 or at loop 4, at the end of after loop 4 basically. So that's a decreasing from there. better rewards. Yeah, so yeah, reconstructed caches. I mean, it's even in the patch notes. So in PTS, it was only exotics and named caches, and then the clothes, and then the Vindicator rifle that you could get from the NSA deck. Here it states reconstructed caches, so maybe at a very high price. They alluded to that, but when they did, I didn't think they were gonna do it in this season. But that's cool. We can get reconstructed caches there. Depends kind of on their price. If this is like 20k each, that's maybe too much. If it's 1k each, that's perfectly fine, I think. Anyway, we have the Descent outfits. We can go and look like we're Descent characters in the open world. And yeah, the talent pool rotations, much contested and aggravating issue, but we'll have to kind of play around with it and see how it ends up. I think it will actually, so having thought about it a little bit, I think this will actually be a benefit for Nemesis runs, because you can much more consistently know what you're going to get, and you can just, because you can't re-roll that much anyway to Nemesis, but it's a very big hindrance to deep runs. It is basically a very big nerf to deep runs. It's going to make deep runs so much harder, just because you can't get the exact choices that you would normally want. So yeah, there's a menu for it. It's at the entrance, and the duration of the rotation and its name is also not displayed. They haven't said what the rotation duration will be. We'll see tomorrow. Yeah, they fixed the issue with Summit level 100 XP, which there were still a few cheeses. I don't know actually if there was a heavy cheese available still with Summit 100. I don't think there was a really bad one as far as I know. And yeah, stability things in Countdown, Descent, and Summit. If this includes Countdown not crashing when you're at the with the extraction being close by and stuff, that's all I want. And then yeah, some stability and stuff. Bugs. What? Why is this under bugs? Because yeah, this is the gear scaling that they already said, but this isn't a bug. This was always intended. Because in missions already as well, not really, because weapon and gear caches in open world and missions were made to scale with the mission global difficulty. What? This is so weirdly worded. Because also this wasn't a bug. This was what they intended for the longest of time. Oh yeah, there. So one thing you could do already is skill mods weren't actually locked to level 40. So level 30 characters could run level 40 skill mods. They've fixed that now. Although technically they fixed it just by basically not being able to share mods on through the stash and stuff anymore. Scope mod for Carol can no longer be applied to any weapon. Fixed an issue that made the blueprints from the named sidearms of certain specialization obtainable from reconstructed caches. They fixed this 3 ages ago, didn't they? Those weapons have been out of the bug list or out of the blueprint list for a while. Fixed issue where a majority of named gear piece blueprints obtained from the constructed caches did not require brand fixed specific materials. This is already in the game, right? That's already. Because also the gift being in the vest section, it's already in the backpack section nowadays. Fox's Prayer already actually is also back in. So this is all old patch notes. What are you doing, guys? Wait, is this because of this? So fix the issue that allowed keeping the increased magazine size from the True Patriot gear set even when after swapping loadouts. So is this the reason why when you swap to a rock and roll that it doesn't keep its 30 rounds? Did they introduce a new bug by fixing that bug? Fix the issue that allowed glitching through a ladder when entering cover directly behind it. Yeah, that's a common way of getting out of bounds. So they fixed it. Corner glitch, which is just the peeking with a weapon through at the side of tall thingy. They also fixed it correctly, although some people were bringing up that it might have caused new issues. Also, it's funny that they're calling this an exploit. Fixed exploit, where players could be invited at the end of a raid to obtain raid-specific key without any participation. So wait, obtain raid-specific key wasn't really the issue, because you had to do that before the end of the boss fight if you wanted to. But what usually people did is just open the chest for each other and maybe bring people in at the end. So after... Basically, before opening the chests, they would swap one person out to bring somebody that like didn't want to do the raid and just give it to them. Apparel events. So yeah, we're getting apparel events. They work the same as always. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to get Veil Tactics, which is something new, and Last Resort, which is something old. This one is already in the game. The Last Resort is a rerun of this one, but it's also cool that they're just rerunning. They should put 4 of these. They should put like 1 new one and 3 old ones through the season. Like, why not? Just hand them out. Nobody cares. The new players will be happy. The old players will be like, I don't care. I already have them. Or maybe they missed a few and they can catch up. Like, it's a super easy decision. It's actually rerunning these things is like something they should totally do. Yeah, Veil Tactics kind of looks cool actually, especially I kind of do like the ghillie one. Although, who is this guy? He's running an accuracy scope and a stability muzzle. He doesn't even have an underbarrel. Not even an extended mag or different mag. Yeah. This guy doesn't even have the mods. He's running a Mark 16 and he doesn't even have a scope on it. Like, what is he? Level 31? Who are these people? Season ass. No, pass. The season pass. Season ass. The optional season pass is available for 1,000 premium credits, and it always was like basically $10. The second it gives a reward tracked, what it always did. 9 weapon skins. That's actually kind of cool. So that's a lot of weapon skins. 2 new emotes, even more emotes. Kind of always look forward to those kind of stuff because I will be getting the season passes, the season asses. The stream is stuttering, or I'm losing my mind. Good luck out there, the Division 2 team. Well, we'll have they wished me good luck. Let me see if I have good luck now. I'll go farm some more Langmo. Let me catch up on what I missed here, as I wanted to go through all of that. Why can't we wear our skins in the set? Well, technically you're wearing your skin. You just mean your clothing. Your skin is still on you. It would be weird if they took off your skin, if you were like went in there and you were just like completely like your skin was completely removed and you were just, you know, that like horror screen. A skinless man. Yeah, that's just the choice they made. It's supposed to be like a simulation kind of thing, so we're in different clothes and stuff. But also technically, one of the other reasons is likely because they didn't want to deal with player apparel in there, because technically what is happening when you enter the sand is your save is just getting stored. Your character and everything is getting stored. The cosmetic of your character is getting passed over to a new save, and that save is then going into the sand. So it's basically completely separated from your main save. That's also why your emotes and stuff aren't set in there correctly and stuff. So yeah, it's that's actually the reason, because then they don't have to deal with the apparel and stuff at all. They just slap some apparel on you. They don't have to keep track of that kind of stuff. making it a lot easier for them. That's likely the actual reason. Oh, did it say it's 3 days? Okay, I missed. I didn't read it. I didn't read it well enough. But then, yeah, 3 days would be fine at least. Like, it's a weird amount though, because that means. Also, I'm curious to see what will happen if you're in there and you're crossing the duration line. I don't think anybody. I asked around if somebody did that, but nobody like came forward. Because if you're in there and the rotation flips, do you have the rotation that you entered with, or do you have now a second rotation? Because that would be interesting, maybe usages. Auto printer filament, worried that this is my max mount on my mules. Does that mean I would lose that stat on my main character? You likely can't move stuff around anymore, likely afterwards. So you're best off just getting everything to the characters as they use them, and then dealing with the new system. It's still a little bit unclear how the new system will work, because can you put the full mod that you have on a character just in the stash and move it over to another character? That's like completely unclear at the moment. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, that likely does mean that. Actually, we need 2 libraries for level 30 and level 40. Well, no more expertise for conflict. It's specifically conflict that is not getting expertise and SHD anymore. I don't think DZ is getting changed at all, right? I didn't keep track of the PvP changes much. Not my shtick. So you can peek from left side with the big shield, not literally, but if you do this, you will still see from right side, but it don't damage your hand and you shoot into the wall because the gun is on the left side of you. Okay. Oh, okay. If it's the big shield, that doesn't matter. Although, well, people will abuse it, but it's too clunky and yeah, not the current meta basically. Join the screw of only farming us. If you join the end of the mission, we'll credit for it. Join at the end. Why should joining be? Oh no! Well, they don't care about that kind of stuff. No, you mean just like moving around? Nah. So as long as people are in the group together, because what people were doing was getting another person into the group. So the person that wasn't in the group already, getting one from outside of it, just to get them keys and stuff. And I was getting abused a lot for, you know, those ads that you sometimes see. Are they not letting us have checkpoints in Descent yet? They will likely never have checkpoints in Descent, just because of how the save system works. So currently, it's yeah, that's their biggest issue, as they've explained it as well, and that's also how the system works as such, because it's making a separate save, and yeah, it doesn't want to keep that. So if they were wanting to like keep 2 saves, like that's gonna balloon out of proportions pretty quick. They've basically said they're not going to give checkpoints. Yeah, let's continue on. Continuing on. As my character has been standing in that elevator for a while. Yeah, let's finish a few more floors here. These guys have been waiting for like hours, or like an hour for me to come through the store. When is he coming? Oh yeah, I've lost all my memento stacks and stuff, of course. But also I don't need them.
Terminal destroyed. System disrupted.
But I'm kind of actually, I'm looking forward to next season.
System back online.
There isn't much in gear and such. Some of the changes, like Intimidate coming back, is kind of, you know, we'll do some stuff with that. So these guys are like the perfect target for this. Two of them will kill each of them. Them being reds, they don't get out of the way. Ragers. And our grenade kill counter went up, so. For the mods, just put all the mods you have in your stash. Actually, yeah, that would likely help as well, maybe. If they're all in the stash. Although they might overwrite each other and become one. Kind of depends on how the system works. We haven't really been able to see it yet. Was one thing I'm kind of hoping if they've thought about it and for sharing, like if you have a full mod,
Incoming.
if you get another full mod, that maybe you can pick both up and share one of them, because that would be worthwhile for helping newer players and such. Oh, ouch.
Serious trauma detected.
How are these guys getting so deep so easily? Just running?
Got you.
Where did the elite go?
They got him. You see that?
These guys were much more of a hassle than they're supposed to be. If they will buff the sec, yeah, that would be nice. Because of the mechanical armor, yeah. Well, it should be in the pack. Like, it shouldn't be that far behind as it is. That, them 4, the Carbine 7, and the TKB. Like, they need to buff all 4 of those. Not as much as the rest. Like, the Carbine 7 and them 4, like, only really need 5% or something. Still be competitive. TKB could use another 5% as well. Put it on par with the AKs to make it usable in the same way, kind of. And yeah, the SIG kind of needs that same 10% that some of the others got.
Sending them out.
He spawns so low. Oh. Sometimes here, quite often actually here. Spawn behind you. Okay. You know what?
Attack them. They're just standing there.
Let's do that to them.
I can't save this one.
Sorry, could you?
EMP.
God damn it. Had one shot left. I was already like, I'm at the end of the mag, likely, but Literally had 1 shot left. It would be painful if I losing any mods. Would be pissed off. Well, why do you have 10 200 plus max ones? Why are you collecting those? Is kind of my question at that point. Is you need like 4 of each at most. Although maybe if you were collecting them, I could totally see that. You know. But yeah, that's just the downside of reworking a system like that. They'll please more people by actually reworking it than a few of the collectors. Because as a system, it will be better, especially like the big part of it is if it auto overwrites the piece basically and just goes into the loadouts automatically. That would change. Remodding stuff, make that so much easier. Because that's usually what you're gonna do anyway, is just upgrade your loadouts if you get, you get that plus that 10% reviver finally. Not that it like really matters, but yeah, you're gonna delete the 9.4 that you had, and then you would have to spend usually all the time to go through all the builds and upgrade them. That time is all saved now. If that works that way, because we don't know yet. I'm speculating a lot. Just hope we have no major issues to worry. Yep, same here. Hope the patch goes live pretty on time and no big issues. Because PTS2 did have a freezing, like that sometimes you would have the 2-second freeze. Like I hope that didn't make it into the main game, because yeah, that would, a lot of assholes would jump on that just to go, oh, see, they made it worse with Project Resolve, which, because they could have fixed a billion things, but if there's one visible crash, like, the double clicking on the map crash that we had like a while back, stuff like that. If one of those things makes it in, the perception will just be off. Even if like the balance and performance is up everywhere else, people will just bitch about that. So I'm hoping they get it right in one go. Muddy, it's only skill mods. So the crit damage mods, crit chance mods, 13 PFEs, all of those are safe. Yeah.
Hostage situation nearby.
So it's only the skill mods. It's only the percentage skill mods. Because otherwise as well, I would be, of course, a little pissed off. Because of the... I'm using that as my infinite grind and quite enjoy that. It's one of the things that I can always set my targeted to gear mods, and if I get a 12 it's 12 crit damage, I'm still, still happy. So. So the skills that use 2 of the same mods usually have it in different slots. So I would, and because of that, they're basically different items. So there's each of those, for instance, the deflector has +5 deflector damage on each slot, but there are like, it's not that you're using one and you can just pick the slot for it. It's each of the slots has its own like skill mod attached to it. So I would assume that they wouldn't even like, even without them even thinking about it, it would apply in that way. What I'm hoping is that they've tested it well enough and that like not the 8 skill or 8 shield health from a gunner or something, a firewall is gonna overwrite the normal shield health or something. But I would hope that, yeah, they've tested it enough for that to not happen. But also their testing leaves something to be desired. But let's not speculate too much on it. We'll see tomorrow. If they have broken it, then we can laugh at them then. It's also going to be just per character. If it's on different characters, at least I would assume. I'm making assumptions because we haven't seen the system yet, but if they would have to make it, they would have to go out of their way to make it over all the characters. So, yeah. What do you do? Because currently as well, of course, the inventories are basically split. What I'm more curious about is what happens in the stash, if you can even stash them or stuff and move them around. What happens if you put 2 in the stash from the 2 different characters or something? Will it also eat it? Because that could be annoying when storing loadouts and stuff. If you've stored loadouts from one character and you have 2 characters, for instance, or something. But we'll see with that. We have to see it tomorrow, basically. And yeah, skill mods not being... Yeah, they're minor bonuses. You just have to get them. In the past, although, yeah, they used to be actually very big bonuses because with the old skill system, it just was a hell, basically. Yeah. For those that don't know, you basically had skill power, I think was the term, right? Skill power. And you had up to 3k. You would get skill power on gear. And you would have to find mods that had you could only equip mods that had that you had like more skill power than, and the mods would be humongous amounts. So actually, the way that now skill tiers give most of the like damage to a turret and stuff, that would be from a mod. So that made it so hard to sometimes get the right thing that you're after. But also, yeah, I would say like the way they have it now is perfectly fine because they're just a minor increase. They are still an increase. You do want them, you know, if you're maxing, you still want it to be, you know, decent. But also not as powerful as like all the way back then. Because then also you couldn't make a skill build till you had this right mods. Like if you didn't have a like 2.8k, it went to 3k for the max. If you wanted to make a third drone build or something, or a seeker build, until you had like the 2.8k or higher skill power mod, that build you couldn't make it. Now you can just make the mod build. If you don't have even have any of the mods, you're just missing, you know, a few % damage. Nothing too horrendous. But of course, that's basically 2 extremes of it as well. They could maybe go for a middle ground, but actually, I like the system as it is now. The skill tiers provide the most, and then the mods are just the cherry on top, basically. Yeah, but so those 2 damage mods, they'll be different. So there is this. So for here, there is 1 damage mod that is this one, but this is a completely different mod set than goes into this one. So they're basically completely different from each other anyway. So you can't put that mod into here or this mod into there. They're not in the same position, if that makes sense. They're in the game systems, they're completely different mod slot. So likely that kind of stuff will not intersect with each other. Same, for instance, with like shield health, when you have like the shield health here and the shield health here. These are completely different items from each other. They're not in the same slot. So even though there's shield health in that thing, they would have to go out of their way because the attach, like the mod slot that it's attached to makes it a completely different item for the game purposes, like behind the scenes. So unless they've went out of their way to make that break, which totally could happen, but I wouldn't expect it because it's more work. Like you would have to actually, it's not something that would just happen. It would have to be someone would have to not understand the system completely, and then completely possible, but yeah, I would have to see it first to believe it. Did I put that mask in here? I did. Okay, sorry. But we still need just the knee pad, but also we just need parts. We're not gonna get that knee pad likely just by drop. Although we might. We got the mask. We'll just keep going up to 81. Actually, if I'm just running here, let me actually take this to 6 directives because I'm running solo anyway. Yeah. Tech tanks don't care about those 2 other ones. Yeah, let's go. Before you needed mods, you boosted right in the weapon. Yeah. The old system was awful. Yeah, I mean, well, it could have been fixed. But yeah, the new system is so much more clearer. It's so much better than the old system. Also, just having those 2 stats, it's consistent between every item. You have 1 core, 2 miners.
Shade tech detected.
Because even different gear slots. That's like why still gear protocol and gear. I don't even remember what the other one is called. Gear protocol and gear something else. In the crafting thing, it's still different names. But and also every item had different amount of like stats on it. So, yeah. It was. Although of course you could make much deeper builds with it, but
Rogue assault turret detected.
some stuff was basically just
Assault turret
impossible to recreate. But yeah. The new system is a lot more new player friendly, much more consistent as well. Because even in Gearpoint 2.0, like I also want to make a video eventually of just in the good old days, basically. Because there's a ton of stuff, especially like real old days, just, having to run to invasions, stuff like that. But also even when Gear 2.0 came out, gear slots or the mod slots on gear was colored still. So certain brands and stuff would have specific color mod slots on their, like they might have. So for instance, Fenris had like 3 different chests, and each of them had 1 different. So you would be locked into a yellow or a blue mod slot if you had the wrong chest. So that kind of stuff. And of course they all removed that kind of stuff, made it a lot more streamlined. Yeah. Also, just as a system, the Gear 1.0 just so much more. You couldn't make it as consistent as Gear 2.0, just because. So, for instance, towards the end of it, I actually had one of the things was that Berserk of course existed, but I was like with a lot of farming and stuff. I had a 2K. I basically had a third rune hybrid, but with Berserk, which I had like, I don't remember exactly, but I had like 2 pieces that had close to the cap of skill power on them, and that were, and then I had recalibrated that onto basically a red setup. So that setup that I had was basically even worse than any of the unicorn that were here. And also a lot more powerful than most builds could ever be, because it was pretty powerful. It was a full damage, basically, because you technician as well. So if you had 2k skill tier or skill power, you could have technician take you to 3k. And that build was completely broken, like really completely broken in comparison to a lot of things. And basically completely unrecreatable. Like, I got way too lucky with the pieces that I got. Yeah, also damage to elites. It was a good choice for him to go to protection from elites instead. Empress with a blue core. Yeah, opportunistic. Yeah, for those. Nothing about Empress with blue cores being fixed as well. We'll see if there maybe is. 1,000 bugs fixed, right? They didn't list them all. Although that thing that they had there was also just kind of the overview, because that wasn't the final patch notes. Likely they will put out an actual final patch notes with all of the bug fixes and stuff. Because going stability fixes for countdown and descent, that's not patch notes. You have to go literal like item list. So although they listed it as patch notes, so maybe not. Oh yeah, Scooby was bringing up the same thing I was talking about.
Assault drones detected. Rogue striker drone detected.
Yeah, indeed. Remember when Targeted came out and going out and farming Araldi masks, because Araldi masks came with one stat, so you could have the highest DTE from that. And I remember getting a few like cap ones, being very happy with myself. Shot Santa.
Shade tech detected.
That aggroes everything. If you shoot Santa, it aggroes everything. Oh yeah, optimization came in like way later in year 2.0. Like that was never available in year 1.0 as well.
Incinerator turret detected.
Burning soon.
Hostile incinerator turret.
And also optimization came in with prices that were insane, especially if you compare them to like now. They reduced it by like, they made the cost a quarter of what it was initially, so for most of the stuff. Because it came in and it was just, you know, the same thinking as with grading to 24. It's just like insane. Don't do it. It's not worth it. And that changed a little bit later. And still, optimization is still pretty expensive now. And then next season it'll be half as expensive, which still is actually expensive. You can't just sit there and optimize everything out, especially starting out. System-wise, it's fine. And yeah, it's kind of usually what games like this do anyway. Is just once you get a little bit further, you make it easier for people to catch up, which works out usually, so. As long as you do it gradually enough and not just like way too many systems that you make cheaper. As long as it's just like step by step each season, something gets cheaper for newer players, then it's fine. Well, yeah. So there was a time starting out where you could have multiple talents. That's the time when you could have over 100 DTE. But then they changed it so you could only have each talent once. So every talent was unique. So you could have it drop on multiple pieces, but you could only keep one of the pieces with DTE. If you had two of them, the second one would deactivate. And at that point, like DTE went down by quite a lot. Because I think it was like 80 or something DTE at the, or like even. Because I think you had 15 DT on the AR, you had the mask, and then one talent. I don't remember what one talent was. Because yeah, of course, Gear 1.0 also got changed. Because gear sets starting out, at the very start of Division 2, was also 6-piece. So you had to get 6 pieces to get the final talent of a gear set. They changed that pretty quickly because it just didn't make sense for Division 2's gear system. Just because brand bonuses existed, so Division 1 didn't have brand bonuses for high-end gear. That changed it up a little bit.
Man, I can't see you.
Where's those last two? Sir, madam, sir. Oh. More? I was expecting her to die from the transfer, but it was already like the other thing was a sniper. Yeah, I'll also have some of the really old builds like that. They look way funky nowadays. The most of the ones I have are from like season 1 and 2, so in Woni. Because the other ones were all my old PC. I didn't move them over, I think. Like that screenshot folder died with that PC. Yeah. But yeah, the old gear system was intense. Also, yeah, just way too overcomplicated and stuff. Like Gear 2.0 was, at first I wasn't on board, but yeah, it quickly became very obvious that, yeah, this system is just so much more balanceable, first of all. Also much more consistent, just having chest and backpack talents, and then just other if you have an exotic, you might have a third talent. Two stats per one core and 2 stats per item. Very clean and understandable. I need to get a few more multi-grenade launcher kills in. Oh, some shooting.
System malfunctioning.
Our band is the best way to farm money. I'm very broke agent. Yes.
EMP jammer.
for the time investment and such. You could as well, if you, well, likely you're more starting out, so you're much better donating gear, but if you're more advanced, you can also do countdown and sell the gear, but that's still like half the speed of just doing bounties.
Think of night now! Fuck!
Because for each completion on heroic, you get 14.4, I think, is for heroic. But even for, I think a normal one is still 9k or something, so. If you just need the credits, you can go very low difficulty, but otherwise just go to a zone that you kind of like, and then you can farm public executions or hostage rescues. Especially public execution if the zone is red. If you complete it with both the hostages alive, you get a bounty, and then you can go do a bounty. But also there's a bunch of daily bounties, so you can even go do those. Although they go up to challenging difficulty at most. So they give a little bit less good rewards.
Put them down!
I always still love that Ragers doesn't care about factions. Because I killed an outcast there, but then that hyena got ragered. What does he care that the outcast died? He was about to kill him himself. Why are you giving me this kind of stuff, game? Like, give me that Lengmo piece. Looking at the brands, add one Fenris with perfect berserk to the
Multiple hostiles inbound.
yeah, Fenris was always the perfect berserk, and then was there a perfect clutch? I remember, or was that Murray backpack for merciless builds or wicked builds? It's been so long that I barely remember it anymore. I remember farming Murray backpacks a lot. Was there a perfect clutch on something? It wasn't on Cheska, because Cheska didn't exist back then. Actually, yeah, there was perfect clutch, because that was a DZ item as well, right? I don't remember. There's actually the old, like the Discord spreadsheet, or well, no, actually not the Discord, the other one, the Reddit spreadsheet. There is a version of it from you know, all the way in the past. And thanks so much there, Crooner. Wow, indeed, wow. Thanks for the subscription there, and thank you for the kind words of saying thanks for all the work and builds. Well, glad you liked it, glad you like it, and glad you liked it enough as well to sub there. Very much appreciate it. Anyway, I very much enjoy making them, so I'll continuing on with them. No worries about that. But yeah, I always appreciate the vote of confidence that a subscription implies. And I enjoy the emotes, and hope you enjoy the streams as well. Oh yeah, glove. Oh, it was death grips. It was death grips. That was perfect clutch. Because yeah, everybody would go DZ to get Ferocious Calm, which used to be perfect berserk, and then Death Grips, which was perfect clutch. Because they were DZ items, and back then actually they weren't actually even like nowadays. I go out of my way to say DZ items because they're no longer exclusive to the DZ. Back then they were DZ exclusives because they were actually exclusive to the DZ because named item caches and such did not exist. You had to go get them either by farming the DZ, or usually as well from that one vendor in the DZ. That's usually where a lot of people got their DZ items from. Oh, remember the old vendor system in the DZ? That was a lot of fun as well. So there was a vendor in the DZ that would reset every 12 hours, so everybody kept an eye on it. And so, yeah, weird times back then. Actually, yeah, Palmex said it there as well, yeah. When your armor broke. That was in... I'm trying to remember the knee pad talent, or... I don't. And I remember everybody was running either Clutch Berserk or you were running Wicked with Merciless. Because as good as Clutch Berserk was, it was kind of like Chest Strikers. It wasn't for everywhere. Or more like Hunter's Fury now. It wasn't for everywhere.
Enemy in the open.
And then the other one was Merciless with Wicked, and I don't even remember what else we stacked on there, man. Because the holster talent, also an old thing, seeing as we're reminiscing.
I'll kill you.
You got holster talents, the Merciless. If you had it on your back, your other weapon would, yeah, do the thing that it does nowadays of just making an explosion happen. It was a much weaker explosion, but it would apply bleed, and that would trigger Wicked because Vigilance didn't exist. And that was the other, like, that was like the Obliterate Striker. I don't know, actually, no, that was maybe more like the high-end red. And, Berserk was the Striker. Because it required you to much more farm and stuff, and especially you did want perfect Berserk, really, and also perfect Clutch, really, so it was more harder to get items, and then, yeah. Because you would get percussive maintenance was back then. The China Light backpack was it. There also all the brand bonuses were different. So China Light did something else. I don't even remember what. Oh yeah, indeed, surgical. Allegro as well existed back then as just. Also, weapons had 3 talents, or well, 3 like all the weapons had 3 talents. So you would have stop, drop, and roll on your pistol, and usually Allegro, or there was a weapon handling one. Was it actually called steady-handed even back then? I don't remember. But yeah, builds were different, yo. Back in my day, we used to farm builds uphill both ways. We used to farm them up hills, and then we would run them up.
Rogue sniper turret detected. Hostile sniper turret detected.
I would love to mark these two and kill them with the bus. Although, well, they're red, so they instantly die anyway. That was well timed on the camera. Fix that up. Yeah. And it's surgical. Oh, Spark. Was it Spark? Yeah, it was Spark, wasn't it? Wasn't Wicked. I mean, it did basically what Wicked does now. Because it was total weapon damage triggered from status effect application, I think, right? Or did you have to make explosion happen? I don't actually remember. Hitting an enemy with explosion, I think. Too long ago. Actually, yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah, it wasn't Wicked on the back, or actually, was it even Wicked, or was it that even on the backpack? I think it was, right? Also, I remember Providence being like skill tier stuff, and that then went to being the exact opposite of being like the red build things. But yeah, it's always fun to reminisce of the good old days. Back when I had some spring in my step. Back when these rickety old knees would run all around the DZs. He's from the yeah. And yeah, Wyvern indeed was something with crit. I remember as well Murray backpacks. I don't remember what for what, but I remember always the DNH backpacks, farming DNH for the backpacks a lot. Don't even remember what it was. I think DNH was the crits, like the first brand bonus was crits. Okay, do you foresee any significant update tweak with your current build collection based on the changes with tomorrow's patch? Strikers still their casual PVE meta? Yes, very much so. Nothing much will change. A few more F2000 will sneak into some of the builds, so a lot of high-end where I was using FAMAS. I'll keep some FAMASs. FAMAS is still good, but I'll put in a few striker or for instance on strikers or actually on high-ends especially some F2000s if I was running and FAMAS. A few builds will actually have some changes. So, for instance, Hunter's Fury with Intimidate, especially, is making these two are nice and yeah, just sit next to each other.
Detected. Hostile sniper turret detected.
Let's get that EMP sticky off. Huh?
System disrupted. Rogue Stinger Hive detected.
Oh, that hit me? Oh,
Hostile
that's
Stinger Hive detected. System reactivated. Rogue agent eliminated.
What was I saying? Yeah, Intimidate will become pretty good again, and especially will be, I think, very viable for shotguns. I've already prepared my shotgun Hunter's Fury to become with the Scorpio, and I haven't decided yet if I'm going to present it with basically all three, with Intimidate, with Bloodsucker, and with Memento. But I haven't decided like which one I like best yet, because we'll run it a bit next season and make a decision based on how it goes. So that's going to be a change. Well, Pestilence build I'm changing here now with some Lengmo pieces in there.
Hostage situation detected.
But yeah, just meta-wise and stuff, not much changes. F2000s come in. LMGs actually as well will be very effective, especially if you're in like coordinated groups. If you have an Eclipse with you, basically. If you have an Eclipse with you, LMGs are just so good now. Really. Basically, as long as not everything is getting suppressed just by using an LMG. And then especially, yeah, my picks will be MG5 and RPK. L86 is also okay with fast hands. Good times as well is good. So I foresee a few strikers or changing some of my strikers to be with LMG as well, just to line that up. So a few changes. But nothing too major. TKBs are going to get replaced with AKs for the places where I use them, for instance, for Sadist and stuff with ongoing. But yeah, I'll just gradually make the changes to the build collection. We'll start with the bigger ones like that, like Intimidate for a shotgun build and stuff. And yeah, eventually everything will have a little bit of changes. especially all of the ARs and LMGs going in. Also as well, for instance, Hotshot is like the, especially for determined, or well, for hotshot builds. If you're running determined, you can swap on over to some of the newer buffed snipers. I haven't decided exactly yet which one I like best. But yeah, a lot of them have buffs, so a lot of them will likely go past a White Death. So there's some changes there. Rotate. Any SMGs you could compete with the vector derivatives P7. So actually, yeah, for the SMGs as well, where it used to be Banshee, MPX, and vectors that were good. Now the vector is actually behind the MPX, or no, behind the Banshee, and the MPX didn't get a buff at all, so it's very far behind. So Banshees are good, and MP7s as well are actually really good. So to me, especially with the long reload, the Banshee is going to become, wherever I use fast hands, I'm going to use the Banshee. Whenever I want a different talent, let's say Sadist or something, then MP7s. Because the MP7s, even with that 10 rounds less, is actually keeping up even on sustain. So it's doing really well on burst, and it's still keeping up on sustain with 10 rounds less. That should give a, you know, when weapons do those kinds of things, they are very, very, very powerful. Also, Swap Chain actually will be pretty good. Because Unwavering was always a decently good talent. And will work well with the perfect one on MP7, the Swap Chain. But yeah, I have a lot of MPXs, for instance. Those will all be replaced with Banshees. Although I will keep a few of the other ones, because keep in mind that's maybe Project Resolve is an ongoing thing, so maybe in the future. Same for like M4s and Carbine 7s, especially those will go out. So I won't keep any build that currently has an M4 or Carbine 7 is not going to have that in the current state. Once next season hits. But yeah, for SMGs especially, as you're asking there, yeah, Banshee and MP7 are like top of the list, and Banshee is even ahead of the Vector. So, and without the big downsides of the Vector, because of course the Vector had low damage per mag. That is not an issue for the Banshee, not as much basically. I think actually the Vector is the Vector is kind of in the situation of the FAMAS, but a little bit worse than the things around it, because the only thing it really still has is that rate of fire, but also the MP7 also has like 1k rate of fire, so. It's not that far behind. Cloaked. Oh yeah, cloaked. Yep. Would be used a lot in DZ, I remember. As well. Got purple Providence glove. Time to put in my. Yep. Make a purple strikers. It's painted purple. And yeah, yes, one easy. Only down with F2000 ARs lets smart attachment. Yes, but so keep in mind that when I'm talking about them in like for when I say on strikers, that's really on the build itself. So on an actual strikers build, if you compensate, so you were flipping crit chance mods in for crit damage mods to make up for the lost mod slot. In that state, the F2000 is like 1% behind on a striker's build, and then on burst, and then is like 8% ahead on sustain. So likely just like 3 mags in, the F2000 will catch up to the FAMAS, just on damage terms. But then yeah, for me, as I said as earlier as well, the big difference between them still is that FAMAS is very much more accurate. As much as people don't think it is actually one of the most accurate weapons, because it doesn't hits where you're pointing. It's just annoying to keep it pointed at the thing, which is stability. But especially if you're used to that anyway already with the FAMAS, I think for those people, including me, FAMAS is still perfectly fine. Like it is still one of the, it is the top 3 weapons basically. Because it's between that, the 3 top weapons on most of their stats is, actually, so the FAMAS, the F2000, and then also the 2 AKs, the military and black market AKs. They're up there too, but especially the military and black market AKs are kind of like the TKB was before. Like TKB was kind of not on par with FAMAS, but was high enough that it definitely, you know, on numbers competed, but of course not on using it. Like anybody who's ever used an AK kind of knows that, yeah, even you can't complain about a FAMAS if you're using an AK, basically. It's so much worse. Did I get the key? The talents on the pistol metronome. And pistols all had the same like main talent. I don't actually even remember what that was. Oh wait, I would think of Div 1 now. Was it also in Div 2 that all of them had like one main base talent, and then you could have like stop, drop, and roll, which most people would pick on their pistol? There were others as well, but I don't remember. Do you play on heroic and challenging? I'm currently on heroic. You can tell by the So need to know if what the streamer is on. The difficulty ratings goes like 1 chevron, 2 chevron, 3 chevrons, and then 3 chevrons with a star, and 3 chevrons with stars on heroic. Also, heroic isn't that hard. It's not like it's impressive to do what I'm doing here on heroic. We're just running through farming a little bit. Because solo scaling heroic, if you want to, it's definitely within everybody's power to get to a point where you can just steamroll it. You might die here and there. Everybody dies here and there on heroic. Like, there's no shame in that. Unless you literally die every 2 seconds.
Moving around the side.
Oh, there it is. Wait, what? Where's the second one? Huh? This will spawn the boss.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
Really? You have fucking flame rounds? How dare you? I wanna mark that guy and aggressively negotiate with this guy. Hey, that guy is right twice a day. For those that didn't catch us, his name was Broken Clock. And they all spawn here. We're gonna have 3 names because we're on floor 90, so this will be a long fight. Yeah, intermittently I'm going in and grabbing some mementos as well, just intermittently. Because I get the damage buff from those, of course. So might as well grab them. Also the ammo. Also, that... Everything okay, lady over there? That guy has foam, which sucks. I feel... I feel... Lady, you need a hand? Because she looks like she's had it. She's like, this again. Yeah. Sorry, lady. Didn't mean to kill you into a doorway where you got like mangled. I'm sorry. Am I though? I don't think I am actually. I'm sorry that I'm not sorry. On we go. Also, yeah, that's a big cuddle pile. They're just cuddling. It's all fine. Actually, let me. Where is that way on the 4 way out? Yeah, I think Pamuk answered that one. But yeah, the M4 and the carbine are kind of on their way out. Currently, as it stands, if you have some, do hang on to them. Like, don't trash them yet, because they might still get a buff later on. You know, this is just TU20. We'll have TU21. TU20.1, TU20.2, TU20.3, TU20.4, and then actually we'll have next season. So it might still happen. Because, yeah, they're way behind now. They're really way behind. Yeah. Let me use the 20% stability burst on FAMAS, and really, I don't really need it, but for some starting, this might help with sacrifice though. Yeah, but also, so for that one, like, I would say just go for the weapon handling on gear. Keep the 5% chance on the weapon and just go for weapon handling on the gear. Because that usually helps out a little bit more, because it also helps to reload. Depending on if you're not going fast. And yeah, Capacitor is getting a 10% buff, and all the exotics are getting, so all of the third stats, kind of like with the Elmo, you can put Detox here. And changing this health to Detox is going to actually be pretty useful, I think, as well. Because it already comes to it 12% damage to armor. So you can change that health as its third stat that it has, kind of like shotguns, to Detox, and gain a little bit more out of it if you're using it in. For instance, I use third drone hybrids, and in those it will actually be, you know, quite the damage buff. Oh, you are. Carrots and that as well in the next one. Some catch, you know. For the Oxy. Yeah, actually that as well. You won't need shotguns anymore for the Oxy. Although shotguns may still make sense because you can in-sync. Where a capacitor you need to stack, of course, like just by shooting, which isn't always as fast and as easy. Wait, I totally actually forgot that that backpack exists. But no, I would want vigilance. Might actually be, Because yeah, that one is of course perfect unstoppable force, which would also be total weapon damage and could apply to the bestie. But I wouldn't, yeah, I wouldn't want that one. I would want vigilance. Vigilance so much more consistent on unstoppable force. Playing it a little bit too fast to lose for floor 91. Because as you go up in floors, the difficulty does kind of go up. Enemies will have higher and higher veterancies, making it a little bit harder. That was weapon handling crit damage. Like even if I wanted to keep it, I would want it to be crit chance crit damage. Although maybe for SMG builds, but yeah, no. The thing is, while I don't mind Unstoppable Force, it's, yeah, I'd much rather have. Even if I were to go with, yeah, well, maybe for the pesty. Actually, now I'm considering it almost. Is that thing craftable? I don't even remember. Because I've never cared about Lengmo before. So that information did not stay in my brain.
Shade tech detected.
Hey, go.
Sniper turret detected.
Because yeah, I know. Even if I wanted to go Unstoppable Force, I would go the normal Unstoppable Force. With the damage talents. Except for in that pestilence. At moments like this, which can go wrong pretty quickly. Just the rusher comes out behind you. I might actually die here.
Incinerator turret detected. Immediate medical assistance needed.
Who's behind me? Let's see. Yeah, this one's a super annoying one, because yeah, they spawn kind of all around you. And there isn't any good cover in this thing. Not that I per se need cover, but I wouldn't mind going into cover and healing up in a second. Okay. Luckily, rushers get marked. Luckily, I was paying attention. See if I'm bugged out. I'm not good. Because I wasn't even thinking of that name backpack when I was thinking of the Lengmo. Those are normal builds normally as well. That's why I might never even consider that thing. It's just, it's too big of a loss versus Grupo or something. Much better off with just Grupo and the normal Unstoppable over. Yeah. If I get a normal, we'll keep it as an option. But I would want my damage to be more upfront than like after 5 kills. Oh wait, what is this? You need shotgun accelerator there, whatever for next capacitor, Orion, things like combat medic where I got 6 yellows and 1 hardcore. I mean, already capacitor kind of makes sense for those kind of builds. Not versus Oreo, but versus every other weapon. For instance, Elmo or something. But short range, of course, you can make Oreo work. Because actually, I run capacitor already. Combat medics, usually. Just because I want a little bit more range than the Oreo provides. But that's depending on content and such, of course, as well. Like in Countdown, I'll be totally fine with Oreo. And then basically just wasting the skill damage component of it.
Where do they think they're going? Come on, you assholes!
Yeah, actually, the backpack might be good for a solo pesty. Also, as well, it's 35%, so, you know, That thing has just not been in my mind at all for forever, because it just didn't make sense otherwise. But this is the one case, because I'm going Lengmo anyway, so... The only annoying thing is then I would need to get my second Providence from somewhere else. I need to go and get that button, actually. It's dangerous to be this, because if I get health gated, I will die. Because I'm getting health damage. Gonna leave her alive. There's a wave spawning. That's fine. I'll grab this. Another thing you can do, by the way, as well in these kind of rooms was on legendary, for instance, it's sometimes not worth it to go into, try to get it like that. You can actually just exit the room and just fight and let them come to you. It's of course super annoying, and you have to like wait for them to come to you. But yeah, you can just go out the door there, and you don't. The poison reaches up to the door and stuff.
Stand up to it.
Air filter function.
Because on legendary, these kinds of rooms kind of suck because you have to like go, yeah, just go into the middle and push a button. What could go right? Whatever could go right. Are AKs and TKBs on par, or does the TK still... no, so, well, currently the TKB is better than the AKs. Next season, the AKs are better than the TKB. Because TKB currently is just a better AK, but the AKs are getting 8% weapon damage, and the TKB is getting zilch. So it's falling behind them. And actually, the TKB is basically dead. It's dead to me. You are dead to me, TKB. Because the ACR has the same RPM, has more base weapon damage, has the same max size, and is an ACR and not a TKB. So I would already pick that, and then if you're also still okay with the handling of it, then yeah, the AKs are there as well. But yeah, the TKB is getting shafted a little bit. Kinda like the M4 and the carbine. God damn it, sketchy. Why do you have to be so sketchy? No special ammo. Das ist verboten. Where did they spawn? Oh, this came out late. Yes, this is a really good idea you're having. Worked out perfectly. Let's climb up to the idiot with the gun. What could go right? So which is going will benefit the most from the rerolls? I mean, a lot of, well, kind of depends what you mean with the most, but yeah, the weapons that were already good, that I mean, Regulus comes to mind instantly. Nemesis going from crit chance to detox, Regulus going from headshot to detox, Capacitor, Scorpio, Chatterbox. But basically, if that like, because biggest or the benefit the most is something, for instance, like Backfire going from magazine size to detox. Like that's like a humongous increase in damage. But yeah, most of the weapons that currently basically have, you know, headshot or crit damage. Also, for instance, Bullet King will benefit a lot, going from crit damage to crit chance. Bestie will also benefit a lot, going likely to crit chance because it was very crit starved. Liberty even. What did Liberty even have now? Do I have a Liberty? Oh, that detox already. But yeah, Scorpio especially as well, going from crit damage to detox. Nemesis, crit chance to detox. Basically, the weapons that get used a lot already that didn't have detox. They're...
Terminal and hostile control.
Annoyingly, I can't negotiate with Silver Axe. So I can't mark both of them and then...
Destroyed.
It's get out of range so we don't get disrupted. Now the Elmo shock there pissing me off. It sometimes does. Just put the enemy behind cover. No, that's fine. It's fine. Yeah, okay. Yep. Tomorrow, yeah. Tomorrow there's gonna be server maintenance, and then the patch will be up. And they've said 3 hours for the server maintenance. Expect 5. The smart thing to do with especially when there's patches is you just expect it to last a little longer. And don't plan on it being up. Like just in your head, go like, I'll double it. Go like it's 6 hours, and then jump on. Or sit there for 7 hours, just hitting refresh every 2 seconds. Well, the Delta screen is up. Yeah. Either or. No in-betweens. Is it on now? Are the servers up now? Are they up now?
I got this.
I need to make those grenade kills still if I want to get them in before the reset, but...
Rogue striker drone detected. Hostile striker drone detected.
These things count for this. I feel I've asked this exact question in the past. I don't remember the answer.
System curtailed.
Yeah, they do.
System back online.
Oh, that's gonna hit that server.
System disrupted.
Oh no, they hit.
System reactivated.
Wait, these things are a little bit too... Like, if they're strafing, that's not gonna work for the
System
multi-missile launcher.
system restored.
Do I like the heal box in Div 1? Not surprised. Yeah, they're, well, as Garrett said there as well. They're putting 50% hazard, so whenever you get healed by it for 5 seconds, you have like 50% hazard. Which, I mean, is closer maybe to that effect, but yeah, it's not like fully like that. But it will be helpful, maybe even
Hostile control.
make it for some things easier that weren't using booster high, for instance, for lovebirds. Because booster high on lovebirds is actually quite game changing. Shit.
Detected.
I forgot about, of course, I'm running past sniper worms. That wasn't gonna end well for me. It's fine though. We lost 1 floor, yeah. I'll get that again. We're reaching the 30 floors anyway. A little bit too aggressive. I was trying to get to the other server to disable the warhounds, but letting those warhounds be behind me and have a shot, that was not a good idea. It's not about how many times you get knocked down, it's about how many times you get knocked down.
They're gonna flank.
Where is the... Is it this one? Because what I should have done there, actually, to make it to
Air filter function restored.
the other side is get a few kills in, get the bonus armor. So I had the bonus armor to cushion any hits I was going to take, and then
Acceptable.
push through with that. But, you know, hindsight. Yeah. It's not about how many boyfriends you had, it's about how many times you got knocked up. Yeah. When you get knocked down, you gotta get up again. They might again get you down, but then you get on back up again. And then they still will get you down. So dying is everybody dies. Except hardcore characters, they don't die. They're always alive. Biofilm I like to run a lot. It's just never shoot dying to it, yeah. Although, well, that like striker setup is kind of likely the best that weapon can even perform with, like full bleed resist and just taking out that way. I don't think healing will be an efficient way for that unless you maybe coordinated in some way. If you're in a coordinated team and everybody's running backfire. But also Oreo still exists, and Oreo doesn't need to do 200 stacks. It does the same, to do a little bit less damage than a fully stacked backfire. Because a fully stacked backfire is only a tiny amount ahead of the Oreo. And the Oreo is doing that from the very first shot. But it's still, yeah, mechanically, I mean, there's a reason I have like this build, whatever. What is it? The hazard protected backfire striker with full bleed resist, like trying to make that weapon kind of work and like trying to find ways of making it work. Like I kind of enjoy that, just getting the most out of that build. Not the best build, but it doesn't do the most, but trying to get the most out of it is, yeah, kind of fun. It forces you to think a little bit differently, to play a little bit differently. I'm always a fan of those kinds of things. I'm about to break my shield almost. That's not fair. Don't break my shield. Paid a lot of good money for this shield. That would be a funny balancing mechanic, actually, if like skill costs you credits every time you used one. You would like have to pay 20k credits or something every time your shield broke or something. And that would suck as well, but just... Oh, we're not done. Okay. I didn't hit those barrels.
What the fuck?
There we go. Did that room a little bit smoother. Also, I do love the explosions of these things. Humongous boom. I think even in PTS1 it was intended only to be on PvP. The diminishing returns for status effects. And then that's the backfire, that PTS. The second PTS, but... Yeah, because it might have applied, but it wasn't ever their intention. At least not the way they brought it. Melee kill. Did you know it? Stay there. Exactly. Go sit there. Sure, what the boss? Do. Hold on. Oh, actually, that's interesting. Was the repair drone on that list?
System disrupted.
Can somebody go check in the patch notes?
System reactivated.
Of listed skills? Because I don't think that one was in there, and neither was the Seeker from Survivalist. Oh, okay. It's all repair skills. Yeah, that would actually be interesting then, for that purpose. Kind of depends though if it's still like how continuous it is as well. And if it only applies on healing, like only if you take damage.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Is Golden Bullet on or something? How is a purple sniper two-shot? I mean, they're Riker snipers. They shock. They shock a lot. Okay. I mean, that's still missing healing trap actually, but if they say all repair skills. But they definitely, yeah, actually they do in fact list out the two that I thought wasn't listed. So. It kind of depends on how consistent it will be, because if your heal, for instance, lands or your reload lands in between two of them applying, because it kind of depends on if it auto-refreshes constantly, if you have the drone on you. Because if there's a gap in between it, you could still catch yourself with a humongous bleed.
High-risk target approaching.
Yeah, that was actually an interesting thing to test. Hey, nerdo! What a name. Yeah. Yes, environment, yeah. I would have to kind of see how that, indeed, for raids and stuff, maybe that would be interesting. Especially when you can coordinate for it. But yeah, actually, yeah, if you could lose a bunch of hazard protection from backfire builds, that would be interesting as well. I've completed the summit project. You know what? Let's do these 3 floors. Let's take it to floor. Actually, yeah, let's go to the hunters.
DMZ jammer detected nearby.
This isn't actually the best idea I ever had. Kinda up against cleaners here. They're the experts of this thing scared the shit out of me as it was spinning up there. I was like, what? Why you about to jam me, bro? Why are we jamming? We jamming. Jamming till the jam is through. That guy behind me, he was marked, so I was just shooting stuff in front of me. So he was dead. Yeah, let's take it to the hunters. I'll solo the hunters and then we'll yump out of here. I kind of need to remember to go down and see if I actually remember to go to the lobby and actually not be on 6 directives for cool skills. Really sucks for the build, or like for a, I'm gonna likely take a striker up against them. Trying to think what else this yeah, I'll just take it straight. What? Okay. He sounded a lot closer than he was. Oh, this better not be one of these healing ones. No, it's not. It's been healed already. I do love Negotiator, where you just kill somebody and then you look around for the other targets you were marking and you just see them flop over. I like that. Then you know you have truly negotiated. Now in cinemas, The Negotiator. He marks one, he marks another, and then he shoots the third. The Negotiator. In cinema, there's actually a movie called The Negotiator, isn't there? In cinemas in 1997. Or somewhere back then. Drone seeker with pair. Actually, yeah, you could have double, actually, right? You could have the drone and the seeker. But it's also weird that the healing trap isn't named in that one specifically. When they're like doing all the healing and then listing a bunch. And not going like, etc. But yeah, likely it's not one of the core skills. The devs play on World Tier 5. They don't have access to the ones from the manhunts. In a world where there are 3 enemies, the negotiator negotiates the dilemma of who to mark first and who to kill. Ask your doctor if negotiating is right for you. Side effects of negotiating may mean that you kill everything that you shoot at. It's not as good as Striker easily, but can be enjoyable. Where's my shield here? Put my shield away the second that did it. What? How did you get behind me? Oh yes, give me another target to negotiate with. We just made it here. Now that thing moves there. Are there actually even enemies back here? This room is always annoying if you're like shooting across. It's always like this. It's just hard to see what you're even looking at. Hey, I was 1 year off, just randomly. With 1997. Wild guess. Although, yeah, I kind of remember it like being back then. I remember it being like, Samuel L. Jackson, yeah. What do you mean? No, you can mark up to 3. So the if you shoot a fort, your first mark gets moved to the fort. If that's what you mean, or if it's something else. Hey, the key's up there. Let's go get it. Kind of want to now look. I'll go Google it in a second. I kind of remember like Samuel Jackson being on the cover or of it or something. it's a billion years ago for me. Yeah, the silly tirades we go. The side tracking, the weird rambles. Samuel L. Jackson is running negotiator build with a purple lightsaber in cinemas now. Is Mace Windu a bitch? No! Then why did you throw him out of a window like one? Yeah. Someone has have to have made that meme, right? Just Mace Windu, it's just like instead of that. What was that movie even called? That one's so long ago. You know. Say what once again, once more. I mean, yeah. Hell, how can I not think of this movie name? Mostly because I haven't likely thought about it in like 20 years. Pulp Fiction, of course, yes. Just recut that to just have Mace Windu or something as the dude, and then like Boba Fett as the, or well, Jango Fett.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
As the guy. Say clone army one more time.
Launching grenade!
Too bad I don't, yeah. Oh no, actually smokes. I thought it was called sickness. I was gonna get up, and get down with the sickness, man. He's just smokes. Which I've quit, so I'm just gonna quit him too. Yes. Floor 99 cleared. I'm gonna get our loot, go to the lobby, take it to 4 directives, and then go back up. Murder all the things and stuffs in floor 100. Because why not? Exactly. Such a quotable movie. Even a billion years in the future. When did Pulp Fiction come out? I'm gonna feel old about this, right? Because actually it's like before my time even. Like, no, it's 94. Okay, no, I thought it was even earlier. Oh yeah, no, Reservoir Dogs was 92. That's more like the age that I was thinking like early 90s, but that's Reservoir Dogs. We got everything ready. So is this guy in resources? Actually not full. Yes, lobby. And then straight back up. And then murder some hunters. Because I just don't want cool skills there. I don't want fragile armor either, because that just stacks up. So we're gonna take those 2 away, take the other 4 directives. Those are fine for a tech tank, not so much for a striker build. Well, when you're shooting, so the damage transfers between marked targets. So you can't actually have more than 3 targets. You can't shoot a 4 target that isn't marked. So. At most, you can be transferring between 3 targets. So you can mark one, because the second you're critting, you're marking that target that you're shooting at. So you can't have an unshootable like target that isn't marked that you crit on. Because, yeah. Because for it to transfer, it needs to be a crit, and that crit will mark that enemy. So. Yeah. Where is everybody?
I'll get you.
Kill, brainwashed asshole.
There, the Elmo shot really worked out. Ah. That worked out 2. That worked out 3. That worked out 4. Outcasts are the easiest ones for this. Yeah, no worries. I can see the confusion there. But yeah, just mechanically, just doesn't work out like that. Yeah, I'm gonna swap to. Actually, what else does this guy have? No, because yeah, you can't Scorpio with it. Because Heartbreaker would be fine as well. Actually, oh, he has this. Oh yeah, yeah, that's very much. Thank you. Actually, no. Let's go Famas, of course. Wait, does he have a MG5? Let's go MG5, of course. Oh wow. Actually, no. Because I don't have gunner on it. Because glass, like the hunter fight, is one of the last places where glass actually still like really makes sense. Like we don't need this. Do I have anything to replace it with? Though no. That's annoying. Because we're mishmashing up a build. It's fine though. I'm giving up a bunch of stats because of this Cheska, but it's fine. Yeah. Because this is one of the few fights where like a glass will actually kill the hunters quicker than a striker will stack up. At least solo. Actually, I also I even have Faraday available. Toss a grenade and just run through. Make them spawn.
System curtailed.
Hit them with that. And I'm just gonna let them come to me. I want one of them to come to me. I'm gonna pulse in a second once disrupt fades off. That will give them both like the markers above their head, so I know exactly when they're coming. That's kind of want that.
System restored.
There they are.
System malfunctioning.
Then I'm gonna once that's off cooldown, I want phone there. And once they come, I'm just gonna Scorpio him in his whichever one comes. Scorpio them in their stupid face until I have shock, and then shoot once more.
System reactivated.
That means I have the debuff, and then I'll swap to the Famas and finish. That's the plan, and I'm sticking to it. Except if they take way too long to come in here, I might get aggressive and go after one of them. If they split up, I can go after one, kill him, and then go after the other. And it depends on skills as well that they deploy. Also, here I'm going to do this. So they need line of sight to hack this thing, so they won't do it from there. And this will Faraday me, so if the jammer pulse, if they jam, I still hack them. Hello, sirs? Are we...
System
What a
disrupted.
bitch. You waited for me to get out of my Faraday, and then yes, can you come? I've got cookies, freshly baked cookies. They're so yummy.
System back online.
Hello? Hey. One of them's a
Stinger
sniper.
hive detected. Hostile
They're really fresh. I promise.
system curtailed.
They're so fresh and so clean. Hello? Why are they being so, like, it's almost as if this is the behavior of enemies when, like,
Activated.
heavy fog is active or, like, sandstorm is active. These guys are so passive. What are they? Just come in here. Free cookies.
System disrupted.
We have gluten-free. Do cookies normally even contain gluten? I don't know. Yes, come right up. Step right up. Here's your prize. Here's the cookies. I put them.
System back online.
I foamed myself because I hit that. You know what? I'm gonna wait some. Well, nah, I'm not gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait for this guy to, like, get his shit done here.
System malfunctioning.
Can that thing explode? Thank you. Once this disrupt has faded off, I'm gonna rush this guy down.
System reactivated.
This is how you deal with hunters. Oh, well, except the Azet. Meat hive, don't do it. I have so much to live for.
Serious trauma detected.
Because I have cookies. See? You just gotta yell at them that you have cookies and it's fine. They'll come eventually. They'll go like, cookies.
Holy shit. You did it. You reached the top. That's incredible. Come back to Haven.
Yeah, goddamn
You
it.
deserve a break.
I was like, yay, I got
Finish that.
a piece.
I know I don't
that I
have
can
the
get, but
stamina
yeah,
for that
the
kind of ordeal.
glove is of course locked in. It's gonna be contractors, so that piece is actually not usable. 8 minutes. Okay. Oh, that's of course just that's just this. I was hoping, yeah, because we went down to the lobby. Let's call for extraction. Let's once again point out that, first of all, that fire is kind of misplaced because that ring is likely supposed to be there. Also, this thing is huge. How like, if a thing this big came from space and actually hit the ground, like this building would not be here. And yeah, let's depart and go back to DC. Are they buffing Perfect Companion at all? That's out of the 30%.
Safe area detected.
What do you mean?
Come on over and take a look. Find us.
Perfect Companion was not one of the touched ones. But also it's 20, right? Am I misremembering? It's 20 on the chest? Yeah, 20. Yeah. Is that one actually correctly worded or not? Actually, even I don't even remember. Yeah, it says total weapon damage, which it is. Oh, you mean that? Okay, yeah. No, yeah. So that, yeah, the brand bonus, the third brand bonus being 30%. Electric's brand bonus being, yeah. Gee, would that make Perfect Companion? Because if you're already going for those brand bonuses, although yeah, Obliterate is still like, you would just go Electric Piece, but then with Obliterate
Nice doing business with you.
over perfect companion unless you're like duoing and like we can make it like super work. Yeah, there we did 30 floors of Summit with some patch notes in between and took us way too long. Which is fine as well though, guys. I'm okay being a little bit later this evening, but also, yeah, that will likely be it for me for this evening.
Glad to
You know what? We'll quickly attempt a few crafts of the Langmo part. Oh, wait. Oh, it's with Determined as well. Let's go on to that one. Because we'll likely next season be replacing most, if not all, white deaths.
I appreciate the trade.
I didn't look at, and during the PTSs, I didn't look at all at those changes because I was just waiting for, you know, final version. Tomorrow we'll have the final version. We'll see what the best first shotter is and stuff like that, and make some choices that way. Because I actually have 4 SRSs at the ready. I have 3 SR1s at the ready. Not too bad. Yeah, let's while we wind down here, let's do some crafting. I'll take the lazy way out and actually bump up a macro and hit this. What? That's weird. Oh, that was a different. Oh wait, I know what's happening. Okay, yeah. That is the buying from a vendor macro. We are crafting, which is something completely different. There we go. While we wind down here, for perfect isn't strong enough. I mean, well, the thing is, it can be triggered like instantly. In like, imagine if you're in a coordinated team and all 4 players are just near each other, so you don't even have to give up a skill. But you know, but legendaries and stuff, you can pair up 2 by 2. And it's instant active, so you don't even need to stack it like Obliterate and stuff. So being much higher than 20 would also kind of be exploitable, basically. Yeah. So there we go. How many? That's got 100 pieces there. 1 double red there. Any other double reds? Crit damage, weapon handling. Yeah. We'll hang on to this one as a placeholder, just so we can put that in that build, just so we have it. But yeah, we didn't get the one we're after, which is crit chance, crit damage. So we'll continue hunting that, you know, in the future. I'll definitely be streaming tomorrow afternoon, as I want to jump on, start updating the burst and sustain tables. I am gonna basically redo all the work just so we have basically double ones, which will decrease the likelihood of mistakes creeping in. Because if I just copy whatever I had from the PTS, I might carry over a mistake in there. But if I redo everything, there's a less likelihood that I make the same mistake twice. So we'll check it up against the PTS one and go like, if there is some weirdness there, we can always go look at it and go like, wait, what happened here? We craft 1 more after this one. Because every time you deconstruct, you're getting a few back, of course. Also, maybe I got the mask because I think, yeah, this knee pad contains a lot more of the resources I already have. Nope. Right. So we have that placeholder just in case, just so we can already do some testing. Be just 112 crit damage or below. Already like outlining the build. So yeah, we'll continue on with that tomorrow, as also 67 levels left till 20k. Yeah, it's coming right up. I'm already actually in the background gonna start online to raid. Oh wait, Toasty's on. Wait, when did he start? I'm just gonna. Actually, I can't.
Probably Ikea.
Oh, yeah.
Do I ever wind down? Might start crying, but
Uh,
otherwise I'm probably gonna go for a bit.
yeah, the annoying thing is I can't, because yeah, he has music on in stream, so I can't have it actually listen to it, he says. But I think he said he's winding down, right? Or he's like not going on for much longer. But he's been at it for like 7 hours. So we'll send someplace else. And yeah, we haven't actually. Oh wait, what?
Thank you for the follow.
Oh, okay, now there. So let's send everybody over to Cali Cowboy. They're doing some Woni, I think. Yeah, Woni run. I see under level people in there. Oh, wait, did he say he's going on for a bit? Okay, then we'll do Toasty. Because yeah, I couldn't have it. Copyrighted music. That's always annoying otherwise for the VOD for me. So I was trying to just barely have it on. Then yeah, well oh, okay, that's what he said. Okay. I caught that as as he's already crying, so he's not gonna go on. that's kind of like how I took it. Then yeah, no, we're going after Toasty, of course, then. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow afternoon, but tomorrow afternoon is not going to be much of gameplay. So if you're into that, yeah, likely other people will be doing the manhunts. I'll be going spreadsheeting all across the sky, double spreadsheets all across the sky. And it kind of depends. Because I do have to do some work in the morning, so whatever that's done. If the servers are up, I'll jump on. That will likely be 2-ish, well, 1:30-ish. So maybe actually that's when the servers can 12:30 or well, yeah, 12:30 is usually when the servers come back up. If it is 3 hours, but yeah, expect longer. And yeah, we'll be back with some upgrades to that, and I might as well also work on the named and exotic guide. Actually, I wanted to do that today as well and totally forgot again. But yeah. But yeah, let's head on over to Toasty. Let's just eat up all that suffering. Suffering. But yeah, seeing as we're a little bit unhinged, I'm just going to end it there, and I'm going to just say, have a good night.